Yes, Mr. Baloy. Do you have a message from...
As a court, please, we received a message from Mr. Mgomezulu that he's unwell.
That what?
That he's unwell. That he had a health episode last night, and that Advocate Munisi, he has requested Advocate Munisi to stand in for him.
Is that so, sir?
Yes, that is the position. He called me early in the morning in form of some not being well.
Some?
He indicated that he's not well to attend court today and requested me to stand in for him. I've also communicated this to Mr. Sibia.
So at least we can make progress.
Yes, my lord.
Did you read? So yesterday somebody phoned me, it's a judge. He phoned me about the report in the Sowetan, where the editorial, they say it's a mockery of justice, the way we are going on. You didn't read that? Anybody who read that?
I read that.
You read that?
In fact, I've just discussed that with colleagues from the media.
Am I correct when I say they say it's a mockery of justice?
Yes, this
Actually, they want to say it's a travesty of justice, if you know English.
Yes.
Because they say stop and start and what have you and what have you.
Yes.
And we don't know what we are doing. That's what they say.
Yes.
Scary but do knows. Yeah. Okay.
But they did acknowledge that progress has been made in the matter.
No, you know why I'm laughing? There are cases in South Africa, 20 years. There's one today. It's been on the roll for 20 years. It's in Pietermaritzburg. We all know.
Yes.
I've been here for a year.
Yes.
And they say I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, fine.
I can also attest, my lord, that the Buremark trial went on for 11 years.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
I was still here.
Yes.
Yes. But I didn't understand that the editorial to mean that we don't know what we're doing. I think they acknowledge that it is not an ordinary case and that sometimes the delays depend on the complexity of the case.
No, fine, it's okay. Every person is entitled to his or her opinion, but at least it must be, the opinion must be factually based.
Yes. I think they were more concerned about systematic, delays, like the change in presiding officers,
Okay.
miscommunication between us and the defense and so on.
Okay, fine. Still under oath. Are we proceeding with the cross-examination? Where's Mr. Ramsepi?
I'm here, my lord.
Yeah, you can go on, sir.
As the court pleases, my lord, I'm indebted.
Yeah.
Now, Colonel, last afternoon when we adjourned, I asked you a question and we went on some explanation, but I think the answer was lost in translation. I asked you whether in your office, have you given your findings to, or your examination and comparison to a peer reviewer who differed with your opinion? Has that happened?
Uthathile yini imiphumela oyitholile wanika lo mbiko kwabanga ubhekisisa abawuhlolisise kuthiwa SABC peer reviewer.
My lord, as I've answered yesterday, I said I gave it to 4 of my colleagues and all of them agreed to my findings.
Njengoba sengishilo-ke ngithe nginike umbiko wami kwengisebenza nabo abane ukuthi bonke bavumelana nombiko wami.
Yeah, Colonel, but what I'm asking you, I'm not speaking specifically about this case. I'm saying in your experience, the 29 years or so as a ballistic expert, and now as a senior specialist in that office, have you given your work in another case, not this case in particular, where you, for example, your finding was one of inclusion, that is a match, and then you gave to somebody who peer reviewed and said it's an elimination or it's inconclusive. Has that happened?
Angibuzeli ke leli cala phela ngibuza nje ukuthi njengoba uwuchwepheshe uneminyaka eyamashumi amabili nesishiyagalolunye wakwanika yini imiphumela yakho oyitholile kwabanye ukuthi bayihlolisise?
My Lord, as I can recall, there's no case that I did where we differed. Where in some instances where there's differences, where maybe I made it positive and somebody said, but I'll make it inconclusive. But not where I made it positive and somebody made it negative. It has never happened with me.
Ayakaze kwenzeka ukuthi kube nemiphumela enala engifike ngithi khona umphumela lona awuvumelani nalokubuziwe ebese ke omunye mhlawumbe omunye yathi cha uyafika awuvumelani nokubuziwe bese mina ngithi cha impendulo ayicaci kahle kodwa kaze kube nongila engizothi khona ukuthi uma ngithi na umphumela awuvumelani bese bese ethi komunye uyavumelana.
And in simple terms, as we established yesterday, inconclusive means doubtful. Either it is or it is not. So you cannot positively say it is the firearm that fired this bullet, or you cannot positively say it's the firearm that did not fire this bullet. Is that correct?
Manje kuzayo ukuthi ke umuntu ke akucaci kusho ukuthi kunokungabaza lapho. Ngoba ukuthi angeke ukwazi ukusho ngesiqiniseko ukuthi yebo isona lesi sibhamu nokuthi yebo akusona lesi sibhamu lesi esijubilile.
My Lord, in the sense that when you say inconclusive, it might be that you are saying all the class characteristics are there, but I cannot see the individual, or I cannot see sufficient individuals. Unlike when you say it's inconclusive and I don't see any, where you say I don't see any, meaning it can be negative.
No, I'm not speaking about in that term. So remember, I went with you through two examples yesterday where I say, let's say, for example, in our expert's conclusion, he says this, he sees discernible matching class characteristics. He doesn't say he doesn't see any. And he says further, I also see individual characteristics, but they are not of the threshold that is required for me to conclude that there is sufficient agreement. Therefore, I'm going to come to a conclusion that is inconclusive.
As long as you say, my Lord, there is sufficient, there is agreement.
Yes.
When you say there is agreement,
Yes.
you can see the similarities.
Yes.
If they're not sufficient for you, they are not sufficient for you.
Yes.
But now, for me, if I'm saying I see this, the individual characteristics, which indicates to me that this is positive, I'll make it positive.
Hayi lo chwepheshe wethu ushilo ukuthi yena khona ukubonayo sengathi kuyacacisa kahle futhi uyawazi ukuthatha isinqumo esibonakalayo nesiphendulayo ukuthi yebo kunjalo kodwa-ke mina-ke engikubonayo ukuthi kunginika iy'mpawu engibona sengathi zilingene ukuthi zingangitshela ukuthi yebo lokho kubekiwe lana nanoma kubonakala kodwa-ke akucaci kuvele kahle.
Hence, I said, when we were talking about your training, your experience, and your background, I made this proviso or the rider that determination of a conclusion, whether an inclusion, elimination, inconclusive, or insufficient for determination, it's made based on your training, experience, and background. But further, the important rider is that test, that determination is subjective. So it's subjective to you that this is positive, it's got 6, now you've added 1, it's got 7 matching striae. He says it's inconclusive because I see the class characteristics that match to the T, but the striae do not match for me enough to make a determination that is a match. So the test is subjective. That's the basis of my question.
ukuthi ama-test la asetshenziswayo wenza ngale ndlela le oqeqeshwe ngayo kodwa-ke ekugcineni i-test eyenziwayo igcina kuwukuthi-ke incike kakhulu ekutheni umuntu ubona kanjani ngoba kusho ukuthi omunye angabona ngenye indlela kodwa-ke incike ekutheni umuntu ubona kanjani.
Sorry.
Yes.
You say that the test is subjective.
Yes.
Meaning even the result is subjective.
The results are subjective as well.
You know, if you look at my eyes,
Yes,
I was reading 5 books
yes,
on ballistics.
yes,
I can just tell you,
yeah.
they say the test is scientific.
My lord,
No, fine, we don't argue. I'm just saying the books on which I was piercing on, they say it is scientific. But if you say it's subjective and then you exclude scientific, fine. But I'm just saying that's what they say.
my lord, they said the test is based on 2 labs. One is the scientific part,
But
but
see, at least you are including
yes,
scientific
and
now.
scientific and also
Okay.
Subjective.
Yeah,
and
fine.
I refer the court to
No, fine, we are agreed. If you say
yes,
it's scientific and subjective,
Yes, yes.
I don't have a problem.
Okay, thank you,
But
my
you
lord.
said subjective.
Okay, all
Meaning
right.
this plot, Mokhotleng.
Okay.
If he says it's right, it is right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Now, let me go back to the test and the comparison and the findings of Captain Sireo that you said. He worked on TB4 and TB8, and therefore he looked at the striations there, and then he confirmed that there was also a match, thereby verifying your conclusions, your findings, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Kunjalo ukuthi usetshenziswa uthe kukhona lokho okusetshenziswayo TB4 no TB8. Lokho kuveza ke izimpawu ezithize ezikwenza ukuthi afikele esinqumeni afika kusona.
Now I want to find out, Colonel, from the 8 tests that you conducted, you marked them TB3 to TB10, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Okay, ama-test law enzelayo 8 wamake ukuthi TB3 kuye TB10 wathi yebo kunjalo.
Now, of those 8 tests, which ones were marked? Which ones were FMJ bullets? Was it 3? Was it 4? Was it 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Which ones were FMJs?
Ama-test law enzile maphi-ke la ahambelana no-FMJ, awuhlobo le-FMJ.
My lord, I can't recall which ones I've marked them TV3 to TV10, unless if I have to check them first.
Angikwazi ukuthi ngisho nje ngingazange ngihlole ukuthi ma angikhumbuli nje ngekhaya.
It's imperative for us that you check because I want to verify some aspect with you on that. So it's important that we know which ones were FMJs in those tests that you conducted.
Balulekile ukuthi uhlole ngoba ufuna ukwazi ukuthi maphi awu-FMJ.
Understood, Jen?
No, my lord, it will be very quick. My lord, TB7 and TB8 are the FMJs.
Okay.
TB7 no TB8 ibonaka FMJ.
7 and 8. Thank you, Colonel. You know the reason why I'm asking you which ones were FMJ? You stated that warrant officer rule officer test fired TB1, TB2, which are FMJs, correct?
That's correct.
This is actually
TB1 and TB2.
TB1 or TB2.
And then you also fired FMJs from PNP, if I understood very well. And then you sent that, or you determined that the FMJs do not impart sufficient marks where you can make a comparison because they are a harder compound bullet. Is that correct?
That's correct. FMJ our she's about bonagala ngoba nje angathaqinile kunalo this is inhlanhla but yekunjalo.
Now here we see there's a combination of 7 and 8, the combination which is FMJ, and yet Serrero made a combination tests which are 4, we know that it's a CMJ, and 8 now, we know that it's an FMJ. You understand where I'm going to? Because the FMJ, you said number 8, TB8, doesn't impart sufficient marks to make a conclusion that you can make an identification, whether a match, elimination, or whatever, because it's a harder compound. Yet Serrero goes to the harder compound and says, I have found also matches on that bullet.
Number 4, ACMJ, Goba, I found another number 7 or 8, which are in I know, so it's in power, it's fun, it's got FMJ. What the questions are also told in power, and I put another 7 or 8.
My lord, it does not mean if it's FMJ, it won't produce any marks. It will produce some of the marks.
Yes.
But the marks on, even if you can shoot 2 FMJs,
Yes.
one after the other, their marks will not be exactly. Some of it you'll see that, you can see that, but they are fainting somewhere. So it depends on how the marks were transferred to that bullet. Yes. You can get the same type of bullet shot in the same firearm. One has more clear marks, but the other one does not have more clear marks.
Akukho la okungabikhona nezimpawu nanoma ukuthi ukama FMJ amabili yebo angeke kube afane encimishini kodwa kukhona la okuzosalela kubonakalayo ukwazi ukuthi ufunde lokho nje kunike kutheni uthi hayi kudependa nje ukuthi ukusetshenziswa uhlobo lenjani lesibawu.
Now, if I understand your explanation now, all that you are saying is that marks are not consistently transferred or imparted to the bullet. Is that my understanding of your answer?
That's correct, Malo. That's why we don't shoot one test. We shoot 2 or more tests if you are doing a comparison. So that the other bullet, if it doesn't have the clearer marks, you can use the next one to do that. In this instance, that's why I used a number of them, so that I can do a lot of comparison on those other bullets.
Sorry, how many did you shoot?
I shot 8.
8?
That's correct, Malo.
Okay.
Asidubuli kanye kodwa sidubula kaningi athi-ke ekugcineni udubuleke ehlandla ezingabe ziyisishiyagalombili ukuze akwazi ukuthola umphumela obonakalayo.
And on that score, is that an industry standard that says how many, a minimum of tests that you must fire to make an examination and comparison and a maximum, or are you allowed to shoot until the zenith you find is a mark that you are looking for?
Athi-ke hayi kukhona yini into esetshenziswayo wonke ukuthi-ke kuhlolwe ukuthi uma umuntu ufuna ukuhlola udubula mhlambe kukhona isibalo elibekelwe sona ukuthi udubule kangaka noma udubula nje wena kaninginingi uze ufike la wena onenelisekayo ukuthi ya cha lezi mpawu ufuna uzibona uzibonile.
My lord, the minimum that we shoot is 2 in the firearm, but the maximum, we don't have a maximum that you can shoot only up to this. It will depend on you if you are satisfied with the mark that you found in your test.
Athi hayi kusho ukuthi-ke siqala la ekutheni sidubule kabili kodwa kukho-ke la kuthiwa-ke khona usudubule kaningi kakhulu. Kusho ukuthi-ke sidubula size sinelise ukuthi cha lemiphumela ebesifuna ukuyibona iyabonakala.
Now, coming to this test of Sereo and pertaining especially to TB8, hence I said yesterday, and I accept your explanation to say the main case is yours. You are the one that is making the examination, the comparison, and the finding. Sereo only reviews your work and he comes to his own findings. But now my issue is this. If you did not find sufficient marks on 8, it goes back to my question of yesterday to say, whilst I understand that the reviewer does not make charts like you have made charts for the court here, is it acceptable for us to go and ask Sereo to make charts for us so that we can see the marks that he said he saw on 8, so that our expert also can go and verify the same number 8 again and see if he can find marks that are consistent and that are meet the threshold of a match?
Asiqale ukuthi kusho ukuthi-ke wena njengoba-ke uhlolile-ke wena uthe wena akukho iy'mpawu ezibonakalayo ezilingene kunumber 8. Singambuza njengoba wena uze wazosibonisa-ke ama-chart nawo wonke, singamtshela yini ukuthi silona asenzele kanjalo azosikhombisa lona chart.
My lord, it's not that I failed to make a positive ID on the test bullet 8 or in 4.
Yes.
I chose 5 and 9
Yes.
when I did that because I saw better marks on 5 and 9. And if Sereo was doing the same test, he saw better marks on 4 and 8. So I cannot say, because Sereo, I used 5 and 8, I must give him strictly 5 and 8 to compare it.
Angizange ngihluleke ukuthi ngikwenze kahle umsebenzi wami. Mina ngikhethe nje ukuthi ngibheke kunumber 5 number 9 ngoba lapho ngibone iy'mpawu engibone manje ngibheka ngabona sengathi zibonakala kayo. Uselebe umsebenzi ku-4 number 8 ngoba yena naye ubone ukuthi iy'mpawu zibonakala kahle lapha ku-4 no-8, kodwa uma ngasebenzisa lezi engiyisebenzisile nami kuzobonakala into efanayo.
Hence my point when I asked the question about subjectivity, that although scientific, the second level is subjectivity. On the subjective level, on number 8, you didn't see sufficient marks. Sereo sees sufficient marks on 8. Hence, I alluded to the test of subjectivity as well, the criteria of subjectivity when you're doing the comparison.
Yikho ngiphalile mina ngathi kusho ukuthi kukhona-ke ukuthi umbiko uncike ekutheni umuntu ubona kanjani ngoba wena kunumber 8 awuzange ubone kuney'mpawu ezilingene. Usereo ukuthi uma ebheke kunumber 8 wabona-ke kunezimpawu ezilingene ukuthi zinganika umphumela obonakalayo. Yikho-ke nje ngithe mina angibuze ukuthi lokhu kuncike ekutheni umuntu ubona kanjani yini noma.
As a court policeman, I don't think that's what the witness said.
Yeah,
The
no.
proposition is put that he didn't see sufficient marks, but the witness says he saw better marks. The two concepts are not the same.
But no, the one, Mr. Ramsipiri,
Yes, sir.
just be clear.
Yes.
Are you imputing to the witness that he directed Serero or Sefularo
Yes.
to 4 and 8?
No. The
Wait,
witness,
wait,
the
wait.
witness said yesterday, my lord, already.
No, I'm talking about
Okay.
now.
Okay.
That's how you pose the question. as opposed to Serrero himself choosing out of his own free will 4 and 8? What is your real question?
My Lord, I stick by the answer that he gave yesterday. I gave
But I'm
Serrero
asking the
3
question,
and
sir.
8 yesterday.
No, no, forget about yesterday.
Yes.
I'm asking you now.
Now, it's still the same.
What
Serrero had 8 bullets. He selected 4 and 8
Who's that?
himself. He selected himself, Serrero,
Serrero.
not the colonel directing Serrero to 4 and
Yeah,
8.
so he didn't direct.
Yes.
That's it, fine.
Yes.
That's clear now.
My Lord, as I said, I fired 8 tests. I compared them. I chose 5 and 9 to make an ID on it,
Yes.
and took all the 8 of them, gave it to Lieutenant Colonel
Yes.
Serrell to do his comparison. With all those 8,
Yes.
he chose 4 and 8. So I cannot say for him, you must choose 5 and 9, because I used 5 and 9.
Yeah.
I gave him all of them. So it's his choice whether he chose 5 and 8, or he could have chose any other. He chose 5 and 8, and he used them for comparison.
4 and 8,
and he
not
came to
5
the
and
same conclusions.
Okay.
Njengoba ngishilo mina kavezo 8 and then ngathi uma sengithathile lezi zinto mina ngikhethe unumber 8 and 9 ngoba ngibona sengathi impawu ziyabonakala ngase nginika ke zonke lezi zinhlamvu uCaptain Sila naye wathi mesethathile yena wasekhetha unumber 4 and 8 ngizange ngimtshela ukuthi akakhethi iziphi na.
And when you gave him the 3 to 10, TB1, I mean TB3 to 10, did you tell him that you have an inclusion, a match, not on a specific 5 to 9, but did you tell him I've got a match amongst these 3 to 8?
Manje ngimtshelile yini kulezi zinto kumnika ukuthi kukhona la engibona khona ukuthi khona izimpawu ezithima siqhathaniswa zibe nokufana.
My Lord, I did my comparison. After doing my comparison, after I came to the conclusion that this bullet is positive to this, I just gave them the test and the bullet to him, said, can you confirm this microscope for me? And I left him alone. So he did all the testing alone. And after he came to the conclusion, he came to me and said, no, this bullet is positive with the tests.
Okay.
Njengoba masengigcina-ke ngitholile ukuthi kukhona-ke lezi ndlamvu ezingibona sengathi zinazo izimpawu ngase ngivele ngase ngimnika-ke yena ukuthi akasidolele kodwa-ke angizange ngibe sengimtshela ukuthi no ngifuna ukuthi enze kanjeni ngishiye eyedwa ukuthi yena kube uyena ozibonelayo naye kwasebona ukuthi no kulazi lezi ayikhethile zikhona iy'mpawu lezi nami engizibone kulezi ezinye izikhethile.
Okay, let us move on, Colonel. Yesterday you testified, or the day before, you testified that you tested other firearms besides the Beretta that was found to be eliminated, and then you tested the exhibit firearm in this case. How many other firearms did you test for this case, 63610 of 2014?
Manje sole ivame ingaki umususu ohlala kule test ngoba ushilo ukuthi utheste ezinye ifamu nale Beretta le ehloliwe kwathiwa iyakhishwa yona. Abafuna ukwazi ukuthi zingaki osihlolile osebenzisile ifamu ukusihlola la kule test.
My Lord, I tested the Beretta 92 FS compact, the same one that we were talking about. The second firearm that I tested was the 9mm Parabellum 6 Sauer with serial number uniform 385931.
Ngisebenzise Beretta 92 ngasebenzisa futhi ne-9mm Parabellum eneserial number U385934.
Is that all?
No, my Lord. I've also received the 9mm shot CZ83, of which is negative also.
Ngithole ne-CZ83 nayo-ke ayikhombisa izimpawu.
And what are the lab numbers for the 6-hour 9mm Parabellum and the 9mm CZ83 that you eliminated?
Iziphi-ke iy'namba zalezi ibhamu i-9mm nale CZ83?
My lord, it's the same lab number, it's the same case number. They came under the same case number.
Athi singene ngayo le case efanayo. Senze case yona le eyodwa.
And what were the source of origin of these two firearms? Where do they come from?
Can you rephrase the question?
Where did they come from? From whom did they come? Were you told?
I don't know, my lord, from whom were they, because I only received them because they had the same case number. They were sent to me to be compared with it.
All right.
Angazi ukuthi velaphi mina nje ngizinikiwe sihambelana necase eyodwa. Angazi ukuthi velaphi.
And in addition to that, my lord, there was a list of There was a list of 16 cases where they were requested to compare this bullet with those other exhibits from the other 16 cases. And that was done by somebody else, and all of them were negative to the bullet.
To the bullet.
Athi khona kamanye amacala ishumi nesithupha la akuthiwe akuhlole lezi bhamu kodwa ke impumela ke iyabonakala ukuthi cha ayivumelani.
And do you know which cases are there? Are there case numbers mentioned there in police stations? All 16 comparisons.
It was the Sassolbeck case 61 of 7, 2015, Everton Sassolbeck case 61 of 7, 2015,
Case yokuqala eseSassolbeck 6107 2015.
Everton case 373 of 7, 2015,
373.
of 7, 2015, Everton, yeah.
Kwaba necala elinye lase Everton.
Sorry, my lord, may I approach accused number 2 in the meeting?
Fine.
The Johannesburg Central case
Thank you, my lord. I'm indebted to the court.
Yes.
The Johannesburg case number 1254 of 7, 2015.
Also transfer 1254 of 7 of 2015.
Sebokeng case 316 of 6, 2015.
316 of 6.
2015.
ASS Mugen 316 of 6 2015.
Orlando case 93 of 8, 2014.
ASS Orlando 93 of 8 2014.
GP case 843 of 3, 2015.
The number of cases.
843 of 3, 2015.
Kukhona ke neyase GP 843 of 3 of 2015.
Jabulani case 49 of 8, 2015.
Kukhona ke neyase Jabulan 49 of 8 2015.
Vereeniging case 25 of 10, 2015.
Yes 25 of 12 2015.
Kwamhlanga case 83 of 3, 2015.
It's number 18.
Kwamhlanga case 83 of 3, 2015.
Yes, so Komhlanga case number 83 of 3 of 2015.
Bramley case 70 of 6, 2015.
Yes, Primary 70 of 6 of 2015.
Jamestown case 85 of 12, 2014.
Yes, Jamestown 85
Of
of
12.
12 2014.
And Alexandra case 277 of 1, 2015.
Yes, Alexander 277 of 1 2015.
Johannesburg Central 338 of 10, 2015.
Number 14.
338 of 10, 2015.
Yes, Johannesburg Central, 28 of 10, 2015.
Linden case 227 of 6, 2015.
Yes, Linden, 227 of 6, 2015.
Johannesburg Central case 337 of 10, 2015.
Yes, Johannesburg Central, 327 of 10, 2015.
And Kwaga Fontaine 48 of 7, 2015.
Yes, Kwaka Fontaine, 48 of 7, 2015.
Sorry, my lord, if I may take it.
So all in all, there are how many?
There are 16.
16.
16, my lord.
16 plus 4 now. The Beretta which you discarded.
That's correct, yes.
And tell me something, Colonel. I'm not sure whether my question will make sense to you. Those eliminations, were they done in the lab or was it via IBIS? Can IBIS eliminate a bullet or only deals with cartridge cases? And also, before you answer, explain, just clarify to us and the court, what is IBIS and how does it work?
Well, you must clarify to the others. Me and you were here when Lupsha told us about the database called IBIS and how it works.
Yeah.
Is that not so, sir?
Yes, we were here.
Right, fine.
My lord, with the IBIS system is the integrated ballistics identification system. That system, what we do is, how we use it is, we created a database on that system where you capture the images or you acquire the images of all the cartridge cases that we have at the lab or all the firearms that we receive. Each and every firearm that we receive, we'll shoot the test, we'll take one test, acquire it on the IBIS system for further comparison.
So IBIS is an integrated ballistic identification system. We should lapho besigcina imfanekiso yonke yazo zonke iibhamu esazithola saphinde sazihlola.
Right. In acquiring one cartridge case on the system, it can take about 10 minutes, depends on the system. If the system is slow, it will take 10 to 15 minutes to acquire one cartridge case. And if it's fast, it will take about 5 to 6 minutes to acquire one cartridge.
We should take a cartridge because to store the cartridge, then which is slow system, which we have a tatango, tata slow, which we tata 10 to 15 minutes. Which is tata 5 to 6 minutes.
Right. Acquiring a cartridge case on the system, meaning you acquire the whole breech face of your cartridge case. If there's a firing pin mark here, you acquire the firing pin, the ejector mark here, you acquire the ejector mark. Your firing pin, you acquire the firing pin, and then you acquire the whole breech face.
Ipinis bam uthatha khona la kushayeke khona iphayos bam manje uma ukuthi khona la ekushesele impawu zaloko ukukhipha i-cartridge esibhamini nako uthatha kona-ke and then uyakwazi futhi uthatha sonke isithombe sayo yonke-ke lephathe ngemuva kwe-cartridge.
The system will capture the image and it will compare it on daily basis with other cases. The more cases you load, it keeps on comparing with the comparison is done mostly after hours.
Ushuthi kumshini-ke wona uthatha zonke lezi thombe lezi sigcine khona la ngaphandle. Ushuthi ngaso sonke isikhathi uma kuwukuthi-ke kukhona okungenayo emshinini uhlale ihlola ukuthi ayikho yini isithombe mhlambe esifana naloko sekufakiwe lapha emshinini. Ushuthi-ke lo mshini lona uma sekushayisiwe uwenza-ke lo msebenzi ukuthi uhlole ukuthi azikho yini iy'thombe ezifananayo.
Right. When it comes to bullet, my lord, you do the same thing with the bullet, but on the bullet, it requires the whole circumference of your bullet. Your bullet is still...
sihlola nazo iy'nhlamvu kodwa-ke lana-ke sithola umfanekiso wese-conference kusho ukuthi-ke indingilizi yenhlamvu.
So what we'll do is, if it starts here, it will acquire this whole groove, and it acquires the length. It comes to the next groove, acquires the groove, comes to the length until it finishes the whole bullet. So acquiring one bullet on the system, if it's slow, it will take about 30 to 40 minutes to acquire one bullet.
Ngoba-ke ithatha-ke ihlole zonke la kubheke khona ibullet kusho ukuthi-ke ihlola nje zonke lezi ndawo la edwebeke khona ibullet kusho ukuthi isithatha isikhathi eside, ingathatha-ke isikhathi esiyofikela 30 ama-minute ngenhlamvu eyodwa.
Right. If the system is working properly, it will take about 20 minutes to acquire the whole bullet.
Kusho ukuthi-ke ukuthi ifunde yonke ibullet isystem uma isebenzisayo kahle ingathatha-ke imizuzu ama-20.
Now, because of the time that it takes to acquire the cartridge cases and the bullet, what we did at the lab, or what the management of the lab did is, with all the assault rifles and the pistols, we acquire only the cartridge cases.
Manje-ke into esesizame ukuyilungisa lapha ukuthi-ke makhulunywa ngelezi ebhamu ey'nkulu sesivele ukuthi kusebenzeka kanzonyana umshini lo uvele uthathe-ke ama-cartridge cases.
Because the reason why we acquire only cartridge cases on pistols and assault rifles is every shot fired at the crime scene, the firearm will eject the cartridge case. It's most likely in most of the cartridge cases, of the crime scenes, we will pick up cartridge cases so that we can send for acquisition.
But in isizathu-ke sokuthi si-electeni sizobheka ama-cartridge kuphela ukuthi uma isibhamu sidubula siyayihlanza i-cartridge, and then futhi-ke le cartridge lena iyakwazi ukuthi itholakale esikhathini esiningi la kwenzeke khona endaweni yesigameko. Yikho-ke sisi-electeni asibheke ama-cartridge kakhulu.
But in instances where a revolver is there and like bolt actions, we acquire the bullets that comes from, or the bullet tests of the revolvers and the bolt action rifles. Like the 357 that are used for rhino poachings, we acquire those bullets on the systems.
Manje uma ukuthi kusetshenziswa ivolovolo, ngoba ivolovolo alihlanzi i-cartridge emva kwalokho ukuthi sithatha-ke inhlamvu kube yiyona inhlamvu siyoyihlola ngoba i-cartridge yona isala lapha esibhamini. And futhi-ke uma kufana nje mhlawumbe ney'bhamu ezinjengalezi ezisetshenziswa uma kuyozingelwa obhejane zizibhamu zohlobo lo-387 nakhona-ke hhayi sithatha iy'nhlamvu.
Right. In this case, my lord, we have only a bullet. We don't have a cartridge case. So to compare the bullet with other cases on the IBIS system, it's not going to be possible because the bullets of the 9mm pistols are not acquired on the system.
Manje-ke uma ukuthi-ke siyabheka njengoba sibheka la ngoba sibheke iy'nhlamvu ngoba kuwukuthi kusetshenziswe lolu hlobo lwesibhamu lolu oluhlanzayo. Kusho ukuthi-ke lana esikwenzayo ukuthi nanoma sihlola iy'nhlamvu lezi umshini awukwazi ukuhlola ngaphakathi ngoba asinazo iy'thombe zenhlamvu zesibhamu eziphuzulile.
Okay, thank you, Colonel. And those tests were conducted by this lady, Yashni Belinda Paul, according to what you've just read now.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay.
Can I get the question again?
The tests that all the cases that he referred to, the Colonel referred to, the tests were conducted by a lady, Yashni Belinda Paul.
So, kuyonke-ke lokuhlolo kwenziwa uYashni Belinda Paul athi yebo.
Now, Colonel, on my last question, you testified that on the 17th of June 2020, you attended upon Pretoria North Police Station to take measurements from accused number 2. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Uthe ngomhla 17 enyangeni kaJune 2020 uye ePretoria Pretoria ukuthi uyohlola umsolo speed ATM.
And initially, when Mr. Mgomezulu examined you, you said on that morning you had met Colonel Gininda at the Pretoria North Police Station, but later in the afternoon you said you now do not remember or recall whether Colonel Gininda was there. You remember that evidence?
As a court, please, my lord, the witness has always been clear from the beginning that he did receive a call from Brigadier Gininda on the 17th of June 2020, but he never said that he met him at Pretoria North Police Station.
My lord, I listened to the evidence when Mr. Mgomezulu was leading this witness. I'm not thumbsucking what I'm telling, the proposition that I'm putting to the court. He said in the afternoon, he said, I received a call from Colonel Gininda. First, it was Valeria in respect of accused number 1 on a different date. And then secondly, it was on the 17th of June 2020. I received a call from Colonel Gininda to go and do the same exercise. And on that morning, I met Colonel Gininda. That's what Mr. Mgomezulu took him through.
Yeah, fine.
Then after lunch, he
proceed.
came, yes. Now,
Yeah,
yes.
tell me, what is the relevance of this?
The relevance of
because this witness
Yes.
tells you that he is not certain.
Yes.
Is that not your qualification? I can't remember.
That's correct, Master. I said,
Yeah, but the relevance thereof, my lord, will remember from the witnesses that were present when accused number 2 was interrogated in the boardroom on the 17th.
Yeah, so?
Accused number 2 says Gininda was there. The witnesses said not. So it's important in respect to that aspect, my lord.
Fine, that's why I'm saying this witness says he can't remember.
Yeah.
So I can't place credence on his evidence. I can't remember.
All right. It's fine, my lord. Then I'll leave it at that. Those are my questions for the witness, my lord, as
Okay.
the court places.
What's your time, sir?
It's 10 past, my lord, 11.
Can we come back at 1:30?
that's fine.
As it is the court,
Yes.
I'm not so sure whether I'm going to be hearable enough on account of the flu bout that I had. But nonetheless, I will try my lot.
You mean this thing is disturbing you? The air conditioning?
No, it's not disturbing me.
Okay, try. Let's see. Try.
Thank you, Magas. Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, thank you, sir. Now, as I was listening at your testimony, you from the Forensic Science Laboratory Ballistics section, not so?
Njengoba ngilalele ufazi bakho uphuma lapha kule laboratory edila ngokuhlola ibhama kunjalo?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo, athi yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. Now, science. Is it so or correct that science is an art of accuracy and precision? It's a science, it's an art. I'm now talking science. It's an art of precision, accuracy, and consistency. Science. Is that not so?
Manje ke uma sikhuluma ngeart sikhuluma ngento enobuciko, into engathi ikwazi ukuqonda ngo.
That's correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. Now, in a case of a ballistic investigation, that art of consistency, precision, and accuracy are underpinned by the marks that you would find on the exhibit and or on the tools, not so?
Othi ke manje ke uma sikhuluma ngalobuciko ke sikhuluma ngokuthi ke into ehlala njalo iveza umphumela ofanayo, into njalo ehlala njalo inembile.
That's correct, so my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. You know, the reason why I'm confirming this with you, I had a bit of a concern to one of the questions that you responded to. I mean, I had a bit of a concern about your answer to one of the questions that you responded to when my colleague, Mr. Ramusipili, mentioned to you that according to according to the expert that is going to be called by the defense, he arrived at a conclusion that says it is inconclusive whether the seen bullet vis-a-vis the firearm that was allegedly found are matching. In other words, the results would be inconclusive because of the reasons that will come and articulate. But then you said, according to you, you were able to find a match, not so?
Manje ke kunombuzo lana obuziwe lana ubuzwa ubaba Ramsepedi. Lo mbuzo lona uthi njengoba uchwepheshe lona esizombiza lana ukuthi azosifakazela usitshela ukuthi kunokungabaza ngokuthi lesi sibhubhamu nale nhlamvu lena kuyabonakala ukuthi inhlamvu ephuma kulesi sibhamu wena uthi ya kukhona impawu ezikhombisayo ukuthi ngempela le nhlamvu iphuma kulesi sibhamu kunjalo.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you.
I've seen a number of individual characteristics or sufficient marks that made me come to the conclusion that the bullet was fired in this firearm.
Yes.
Athi ngibone kunezimpawu ezilingene ukuthi ke zingenze ngithathe isinqumo sokuthi le nhlamvu lena idutshulwe ilesi sibhamu.
Thank you. Now, there was further an interaction between Mr. Ramusipili and yourself, where he mentioned that the type of testing that you will come, the type of results after the tests that you will come up with are sort of subjective in nature. In other words, you will look at something and you yourself would say, no, I'm happy with the product and this is my answer to the question that I've been asked to work on, not so.
Athi futhi khona ke lokhu okuvezile ukuthi uhlobo ke lwemiphumela luncike ekutheni umuntu ubona kanjani lo sithi phecelezi ngesingisi subjective.
My lord, I believe I was objective when came into that the findings.
I mean subjective.
Sengathi ke hayi indlela engisebenze ngayo yenze indlela ekhipha chithela ngaphandle lokuthi ke kubona kwami kuncike ekutheni mina ngibona kanjani omunye umuntu angabona ngenye indlela.
Come again, I did not get that. What did you just say?
I said I was objective when I started looking at them until I found those markings. Then I agree that those markings are there. I didn't say that I'm going to take side whether I know whose firearm is it. I didn't know the firearm, whose firearm is it.
Yes.
But when I started looking at it, what I wanted to see, I saw that the marks were sufficient enough for me to say that this is the right firearm.
Yes.
Hayi impama engizibonile lapho kuleso sibhamu bezilingene ukuthi zingikhombise zingitshela ukuthi cha le nhlamvu lena idutshulwe yiso leso sibhamu.
And you even took a step further to confirm that with Lieutenant Colonel Serrero, who also confirmed what you saw, not so.
That's correct, my lord.
Athi hayi uye phambili wayofuna uColonel Serrero ukuthi naye azoqinisekisa ukuthi le mphumela uyitholile yihle athi yebo.
So will I then be correct to say that one expert from a forensics, from a ballistic science laboratory will work on a particular exhibit, let's say exhibit A, and find certain results. And he requests another colleague of his to work on the same exhibits. And then the next colleague find results which differ from the first results. That does happen, not so.
Manje kungenzeka ke ukuthi umchwepheshe onikwe inhlamvu ukuthi azihlole angathola umphumela othize bese ukuthi ke omunye ke asebenza naye athi umebheka zona lezo inhlamvu lezo ebezibhekwa yilo chwepheshe oqala kodwa athole umphumela owehlukile.
My lord, it's possible, it can happen, but in that case, you'll get another analyst or the third opinion who will also look into the same the exhibits.
Okay.
Ethi yebo kungenzeka ukuthi ke ochwepheshe ababili baba nemiphumela eyehlukile kodwa makuvela ke isimo esinjalo siya sizama ukuthi sithole owesithathu uchwepheshe ukuthi aze azobheka naye ukuze ukwazi ukuthi kutholakale umphumela ocacile.
Thank you. That situation alone, do I have it right to understand that there's a room within the forensic science laboratory operative system. There's a room that creates a bit of a doubt with regard to the conclusiveness of the test that one expert might do and the other expert can do.
Kusho ukuthi ke lapho ke kukhona ithuba lokuthi kungabazeka kwemiphumela etholakalayo njengoba kunalokhu kwehlukana kochwepheshe ababili.
My lord, it will depend on the experience that the analyst has, who is now looking into that. Now, in this case, I'll mention specifically in this case, I've asked 4 other analysts, and all 4 of them, we agreed on the same results.
Hayi ke lokho unciyetheni une sipiliyoni esingakanani lo obhekayo kodwa ke asibuke lokho lumsebenzi esibhekene nawo manje ukuthi lana ke ngazama ukuthi ngithola abanye ochwepheshe abane ukuthi nabo babheke sonke siyavumelana ngomphumela.
Now you've made mention of experience. Does experience count in determining forensic FSL, ballistic forensic exhibits?
Manje kuyadingeka yini ukuthi umuntu azabe nesipiliyoni ukuze akwazi ukuletha umphumela ozwakalayo?
My lord, when it comes to microscopic comparison, experience counts.
Mase sibheka uqhathanisa kusetshenziswa i-microscope kuye kusize ukuthi umuntu abe mkantshobovu kuloku akwenzayo.
Thank you. Now, the level of experience that is required there, to what extent would you put it? You know, experience differ. Now, when you're talking about microscopic evaluation of ballistic exhibits, I mean, for a person to, for somebody to say, this person that is working there at the forensic science laboratory, the ballistic section thereof, I may not doubt their finding. What experience should they have?
Manje kuma ukuthi ke kufanele kufike ekutheni umphumela olethwa uqephesho thize ukwazi ukuthi sithi awungabazeki ufanele abe nesikhathi esingakanani nesipiliyoni esingakanani sokusebenza.
My lord, I cannot say exactly what experience are you going to say this person is, but as long as the person is capable of using the microscope, is capable of searching for the unique markings on your cartridge, who knows how to look for those, I would say his experience, he can do that.
Okay.
Hayi akuncile kakhulu ukuthi umuntu uneminyaka emingaki kodwa ke okufunekayo ukuthi umuntu akwazi ukuthi umesenzisa i-microscope akwazi ukubona ukuthi iziphi lezi impawu afanele azame ukuzifuna iziphi lezi impawu ezingamsiza ukuthi abe nesinqumo esihle.
Thank you. Hypothetically, an officer that has been working at the forensic science laboratory, the ballistic section thereof, who's been there for a year, is capable of using the microscope, is capable of identifying those marks that should be identified in an exhibit. Would you regard him as experienced enough for somebody to come and say, this gentleman or this lady, even if it's only 1 year in the forensic science laboratory, the ballistic section thereof, I won't doubt their results. Just 1 year.
Asithi ke nasi ke semesibekayo so ukuthi ke asithi ke kukhona ke uchwepheshe ononyaka esebenza lapho ekwazi ukusebenzisa i-microscope ekwazi futhi nokufuna izimpawu manje mase ngipheke umbiko singakwazi yini ukuthi siwamukele lo umbiko njengombiko ongangabazeki.
My lord, I'll say the person is still under training. In a year, still be under training and still lack a lot more experience to be more competent.
Singathi umuntu mase nonyaka hayi usaqeqeshwa kusadinga ukuthi aqhubeke nokuqeqeshwa kwakhe ukuze finyelele lapho esingathi ke usemkantshubo.
Yeah, which is the reason why I actually requested you just to give us rough estimation as to what is the level of period that one can look at to come and say, with this number of years on this thing that this person has been doing, I may not doubt their results. That is the level of experience.
Yikho ngibuza ukuthi udinga ukuthi umuntu abe neminyaka emingaki ukuze sithi hayi usufike kwizinga lokuthi ke umsebenzi wakhe uyancomeka awungabazeki.
My Lord, as I said, I cannot say
Okay.
that because it depends. You can find a person who has been there for 4 years, 5 years, but is most of the time not working on the microscope. He'll be working on the microscope maybe once or twice in a week. Or so.
Okay.
Somebody who's been there on a daily basis or who's been there for a number of years would be experienced because they've been using the mic. He knows how to manipulate to start looking for your exhibits, to your markings, to rotate your exhibits, to put it in a way that you can see all your markings that you want.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Akudepende eminyakeni ngoba ngenzeka ukuthi umuntu mhlawumbe uneminyaka emine lapho kodwa ke usebenzisa iMicrosoft kanye noma kathathu ngenyanga kodwa khona ke abangabe besebenza lapho ukuthi usebenzisa kaningi iMicrosoft siyakwazi nokuthi uyihlola kanjani uyazi ukuthi yini ayifunayo emebhekile nokuthi iguqula kanjani ke lento ayihlolayo ukuze akwazi ukuthola ke lezi impawu lezi afisa ukuthi ke ezimsiza ukuthi afinyelele esinqonyeni esihle esincomekayo.
Thank you. In a case of an impasse, like a deadlock on two experts, then you say the matter gets referred to a third expert to go and have their own independent evaluation of the experiment, not so.
Manje ke uma ukuthi ke ochwepheshe laba bafinyelela ezinqumeni ezehlukile eziphikisanayo uthe nje konje kudingeka uchwepheshe wesithathu ukuze akwazi ukuzoxazulula ukuthi impela umphumela omuhle imuphi.
My Lord, it will depend on the exhibits that you are working on.
Yes.
Sometimes find that if it's bullet, one expert can see more markings on the exhibits, the other one cannot see those markings. You may take the decision that let's shoot additional tests and compare the additional tests also to see if we can see the markings better on those exhibits.
Okay.
Hayi ukugcina ekutheni kwenze ukuthi umunye uchwepheshe asibone izimpawu umunye uchwepheshe angaziboni izimpawu. So into enziwayo ukuthi mhlambe singathi kasidubuleke amanye ama test ukuze mhlambe kukhona ke lezo vesa izimpawu zicace sibonakala.
That is exactly my point. Two experts, one see an exhibit with marks in a particular way, and the other one see exhibits with marks in a particular way. You go on and say, let us shoot further tests, bullets, or let us shoot further tests, just to create a holistic picture, to determine whether what we have discovered as expert A and what I have discovered as expert B is still the same. That I understand.
Athi angekuzwisisa lokho kusho ukuthi uma ukuthi khona la kuba khona mhlambe nokungabaza bese nithi hayi ingcono sidubule futhi ama test ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sifinyelele la esithola khona ukuthi kunomphumela ebonakala kangconywana. Hayi musho kanjalo ke ngiyakuzwisisa.
Thank you, sir. But now, still, expert A finds what he found initially, and expert B stands by what he found initially. In other words, both of them said, no, Mina, I'm still on my side. And the other expert says, I'm also still on my side. In that instance, that is where then you request the assistance of another expert, that is now a third expert, to reconcile the two views, not so.
Manje ke uma ukuthi kutholakala ukuthi uchwepheshe oqala uthola umphumela ohlukile kakhulu kumphumela kachwepheshe wesibili futhi ke labo chwepheshe laba bathi bona lemphumela yabo le futhi bayisekela kakhulu kusho ukuthi lapho ke nithola khona uchwepheshe wesithathu ukuze ayazi azocacisa ukuthi imuphi umphumela owamukelekayo.
My Lord, in some instances, or in most of instances, if expert B cannot see the marks that expert A sees.
Yes.
What we'll do is expert A will go to the mic, put an ID or the striation that marks that he sees or the individual marks that he sees, and then we'll show expert B, this is what I see. Are you agreeing with me? Where he'll show you all the matches, and he'll go up to the next markings or the
Yes.
follow-up markings until he can see or can show him all those markings.
Noma kufuthi kufika esimene esinjalo kusho ukuthi uchwepheshe oqala uma ukuthi khona amamakha awabonayo angabona uchwepheshe osibili kusho ukuthi ke uchwepheshe oqala ke angaya ku ophawini alibonayo ebese eyalimaka lolo phawu esithi ke uyabona lana ke nakhe engikubonayo uyavumelana yini nami uma bevumelana bese edlulela kolunye ke uphawu bethi nalo lunye uphawu engilibonayo la uyavumelana yini nami bahambe kanjalo ke kuze kuyofika egcineni.
But now, in an event that they still do not agree, even when they are seated together in the same microscope, viewing those exhibits, they still don't agree on certain marks. Wouldn't a situation occur where a third person gets involved to come and reconcile the two disagreeing views?
Manje uma nanoma senenze kanjalo kufinyelela lapho ochwepheshe laba babili bevumelana ukuthi ababoni ngasolinye akunjalo yini ukuthi ila kufanele kuthola uchwepheshe wesithathu ukuze azokwazi ukuxazulula ukuthi umehluko wabo ukuphi.
That's what I said, my lord, that the third expert will be called to come and also check the same exhibits.
Okay.
Iloko engishela ukuthi hayi uchwepheshe wesithathu uyabiza ukuthi azohlola ke futhi le exhibit le umbukiso lo ubusuhlolwe uqala nowesibili.
Thank you. Now, the third expert, will he or she be a person of the same level as those who had initially dealt with the disputed results, or will that be a person of a higher level in terms of experience?
Manje uma sekulethwa uchwepheshe wesithathu kuzoba uchwepheshe osezingeni elifanayo yini lolwazi nalabo uchwepheshe abanye noma uzobe engenhla kusho ukuthi ngezinga lolwazi lwakhe kulabanye uchwepheshe?
My lord, as I said, you will get another expert who's an experienced expert to come and test and examine it for you.
Njengoba sengishilo ke kuzotholakala omunye uchwepheshe omkantshubovu naye ukuthi aze azohlola.
Thank you. Now that experienced expert comes and aligns him or herself with the views of the expert who says, I can see that there are markings there, characteristics, but I also confirm that they are not of such a nature that we can link this firearm with the scene bullet.
Manje uma ukuthi uyafika ke lo chwepheshe wesithathu azothi yebo ngivumelana nalona othi kukhona impawu azibonayo kodwa ke lezi impawu lezi aziholele ekutheni kube nesinqumo sokuthi yebo le nhlamvu iphuma kulesi sibhamu.
Now my question is, would you still go further and get another opinion, or you are going to limit yourself to the opinion of these three experts?
Manje umbuzo wami ukuthi nizoqhubeka yini uma ukuthi ke isinqumo besingakatholakali esamukelekayo kubo labo chwepheshe abathathu nithi ke manje ke uma senihlana nesimo esinjalo niyahamba yini niyofuna uchwepheshe wesine ukuthi azobuka?
My lord, it will depend. It's either they will go for the fourth expert or they will make a decision there by themselves.
No, ngenzeka ukuthi bathi bayofuna uchwepheshe wesine noma ke bahlale lapho bathi bazothatha isinqumo bona ngokwabo.
Thank you. Now it may go on and on. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, the eighth, the ninth, and the 10th. Now, based on that explanation that you just gave now, does that not really indicate that there's a bit of a of a gray area within the forensic science laboratory with regard to the conclusivity of results or of findings based on what you have just said today in terms of their accuracy.
Manje ke uma usho kanjalo ke awosho yini ukuthi kukhona ke ukufanele sikwamukela ukuthi kukhona isigaba lapho kunokungabazo kukhulu kule mphumela yenu.
My Lord, inconclusive is also a findings. If you say it's inconclusive, you're saying that I can see there's similarities, but they're not enough. It's not negative, but there's some class characteristics, there's some individual characteristics, but they're not sufficient enough. So I cannot conclude by saying it's possible or it was fired in this firearm or not. You can just leave it there.
Manje ke uma sithi ke umphumela awucaci akusho ukuthi ke azikho izimpawu ezikhona ngoba zikhona izimpawu zikhona izimpawu ezikhombisayo ukuthi lenhlamvu iphuma kulesi sibhamu kodwa ke asifinyeleli lapho engikwazi ukuthi ngithi yebo kunesiqiniseko esingangabazeki.
My question was based on the explanation in relation to the fact that if two initial experts don't agree, they involve a third one. And there is also a possibility that a fourth, the fifth, the sixth, up to that number of experts might be called. So based on that explanation, would I, as a person that is standing there, looking at what is happening within the forensic science laboratory, would I be justified in thinking that there's a bit of a gray area? A gray area means an area that it has got loopholes with regard to the final results that would come out of the ballistic forensic science laboratory in view of the scenario that we just explained here.
Njoba usuchazile kukhona lokho kubekile wathi wena uma ukuthi ke ochwepheshe ababili abezwani bangaletho wesithathu bangezwani kuletho wesine wesihlanu uqhubeka kanjalo kuloku bengezwani labo chwepheshe lokho ke akuvezi yini ukuthi kusho ukuthi ke kukhona ukungabaza okungaba khona kulomsebenzi wenu ukuthi kungathathwa isinqumo esinesiqiniseko esigcwele.
My Lord, as I said, inconclusive is also a finding. If I say it's inconclusive, it means I cannot say it's positive, I cannot say it's negative, but it's there.
Yeah.
That's my finding. So we can, not all the firearms or not all the bullets will have clear marks that you can see.
Yes.
But as long as there's no markings that you can see, that you can identify the individual markings, and you end up by saying that it's inconclusive because I don't have enough markings.
Yes.
And if all of us are saying that we don't have enough markings, let's say 1 or 2 people are saying we don't have, but 10 people are saying we can see the similarities.
Okay.
What does it tell us? Most of the people who are seeing that will show you the cluster, the individual characteristics that they see on that one. Then if you stick with your findings that for you it's inconclusive, it's your findings.
Yes.
Everyone will take his own findings.
Okay.
Uma sithi ke senzisa leli gama elithi inconclusive elichaza ukuthi akunasiqiniseko esigcwele akusho ukuthi ke phela akusho ukuthi ke azikho izimpawu ezibonakala ngoba zingaba zikhona izimpawu ezibonakalayo kodwa sikushoyo ukuthi lezo izimpawu nanoma zikhona azisifikisi ekutheni sikwazi ukuthatha isinqumo esigcwele esichaza ukuthi isibhayile yiso leso sibhamu esisetshenziswe noma akusona ngoba khona lo ozothi umebheka abone ngombono wakhe omunye abone ngombono ngenye indlela manje akusho lokho ukuthi izimpawu azibanga khona zibike khona kodwa okukhona ukuthi ke vele azifinyelele la esingathi khona ziletha umphumela ogcwele.
Thank you. Now, what you've just said now, let's put it in simple terminology, in simple parlance, simple language. So you're basically saying you also use a system where it is the majority rules at at Forensic Science Laboratory, where there's a discrepancy or disagreement with regard to the final results of a particular testing.
Manje njengoba usanda kuchaza kusho ukuthi ke niyafinyelela ezingeni lokuthi kugcine kuukuthi ke okuzokwamukelwa wonke umuntu kuzobe kuukuthi kuyintando yeningi mayelana nalemphumela le eniyitholayo.
For instance, if, back to your example, 4 would say we are agreeing, and maybe 1 or 2 say no, we're seeing something different. So the view that will be popular will be the one that comes from the 4 experts.
Ake sibeke ukuthi ke asithi ke abane bayavumelana nesinqumo oyedwa uyasiphikisa kusho ukuthi kuzothathwa ukuthi laba abane ibona abalethe umphumela owamukelekayo.
My Lord, I am still repeating that. If that is what we see, all 4 of us,
Yes.
and we can show that, we can put an ID and show that, and show the continuity of the market around it, we are convinced that it is there. Whatever these other analysts that don't see, we will show them what we see. They agree with us or they don't agree with us. But what we see is what we see, and then the conclusion will come from me, because I'm the one who saw all those markings, and I'll say it's positive or it's negative.
Thank you, sir.
Anje sengishilo uma ukuthi khona impawu esizibonayo abanye bathi abasiboni esikwenzayo ukuthi sihambe siyobhala sinike inombolo kuzo zonke lezi impawu ezisibona bese sibiza ke laba bathi abaziboni bese siyabakhombisa ukuthi nalo uphawu esibonayo nalo lunye uphawu esibonani niyabona futhi yini la ukuthi iqwebhekile niyabona yini ukuthi la kukhona lolu phawu leli. And then ukusho ukuthi ke gcineni ke kuzogcina sewukuthi imini engichazayo ukuthi isinqumo sifanele sibe kanjani ngoba ngibakhombisile ukuthi nazi impawu engizibonayo.
Thank you, sir. Now you're basically saying your findings are factually based. You just don't thumbsuck them anywhere. You go to the microscope and give the product of your findings based on the facts that you would have noted on the microscope, not so.
Kusho ukuthi ke okushoyo ukuthi anikhulumi nje ngezinto eziqagelwayo izinto ezeniholela esinqumeni izinto esingathi nibone izimpawu ezithize ezibonakalayo ezamukelekayo eziphathekayo njengezizathu.
That's correct, my Lord, based on what I saw in the
Thank
microscope.
Yebo njalo kusho ukuthi kuncike kutheni yini engiyibonile ku microscope.
Thank you. Now, so basically me and you are definitely now agreeing that Forensic Science Laboratory, the ballistic unit, is also a subscriber. It also subscribes to the concept of science being inefficient, what did I say again? Accurate, you know, those terms that I used at the beginning, and consistent. So basically, you in everything that you do, you rely on what you are able to observe under those very highly technical and technologically advanced microscope that you gentlemen would work on, not so.
Kusho ukuthi ke emsebenzweni uncike kakhulu ekutheni yini leni ibonayo uma nibhekela ngaphansi kwemicroscope.
That's correct, my Lord.
Thank
Yebo
you.
kunjani?
Now, I am going to request us to take a journey a bit back to your analysis in Exhibit 13. Is it X13? Yes, in Exhibit 13. But even before we get there, you had made mention yesterday that you actually you also confirmed it today from the question by the Honorable Court that for you to do the analysis on these exhibits that you finished with, you were to fire 8 test bullets. So,
anginjalo ukuthi uthe ukuze ukwenze uqhathanise okulingene ku lezi inhlamvu ozinike ukufanele udubule ihlandla eziyisishiyagalombili.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
now, just for the sake of completeness, why did you have to fire 8 bullets, 8 test bullets, just to do this examination or comparison, where only 1 scene bullet was found?
Angibuzayo futhi ukuthi yini indaba ube kuphoqeleke ukuthi udubule inhlamvu ezu-8 noma esishiyagalombili ukuze ukwazi ukuthola into ongayisebenzisa eqhathaniseni.
My lord, the exhibit bullet was a CMJ bullet that I have received. And the first 2 tests by Warrant Officer Rulofs were the FMJ bullets. Now, I've been working at the lab for many years. I know how CMJ sometimes don't pick up marks on your firearms.
Yes.
What I did is, if I can shoot in 2, I might not find, so I should have to shoot additional. So where you can pick up the markings, because the first thing that I was looking at is the barrel of the firearm. It's almost worn out. It's almost worn out because, as I said, there's a slippage, and I could see the slippage on the exhibit.
Sorry, Lieutenant Colonel. I'm going to request you, I won't stop you from the explanation that you're preferring, but at least as you try to give it, try to cut it in pieces so that Mr. Ngogo there can assist with the interpretation thereof, you understand? Because if it's going to be too long, you might miss certain things in the process. It's not like I'm cutting your explanation, but explain and giving them an opportunity to convey what you're just saying. Thank you.
As I said, my lord, I looked at the exhibit bullet,
Yes,
the CMJ,
yes.
and then the test were the FMJs. Now, when I start comparing, the first thing that I saw was the slippage, that this bullet has got slippage. It shows that it slips into the barrel.
Yes.
And the test, I saw the same thing.
Yes.
I could see that both the test and the exhibit slipped into the barrel.
Okay.
No, engikubhekileke ukuthi ihlobo leli lo CMJ alu shiyi izimpawu ezibonakalayo kule test leyenziwe uRulefs usho ukuthi besenzisa uhlobo lwemhlamvu ozo FMJ manje ke ngikubonile ke ngalesi sibhamu ukuthi la ngaphakathi kusho ukuthi impela bese sihuzukile kakhulu kusho ukuthi ke sigcina singashiyi impawu ezanele.
But if you look at the CMJs, they are manufactured by different companies.
Manje uma ungabheka iCMJ yenziwa yakhiwa inkampani eziningi ezehlulekile.
The bullet that I had, I did not know which company does it come from.
Manje
That's why I shot the NGA, the Aston W. Smith and the Cellular and Bellot SNB, and the 2 PMPs that I shot. I wanted to compare them with Warrant Officer Rulofs' test, and then I shot the other 2 CMJs.
Ade yabe ngiphoqela ukuthi ngidubule inhlamvu eziningi ezahlukene ukuze ngikwazi ukuqhathanisa nalezi ezihlole uWarrant Officer Rulofs.
So what you're saying is the scene bullet, if I were to refer to it like that, you did not know what material was it made of. Is that how I understand you?
Mangizwisa kahle ukuthi ke ubungazi ukuthi hlobo luni lwenhlamvu noma yakhiwe ngahlobo luni lwensimbi le nhlamvu le oyiphethe.
My lord, I mean the CMJ from the crime scene, the scene crime, the bullet, it's CMJ, but I don't know manufacturer of that, and I don't know how strong is it or the other ones that I'm going to shoot. Are they the same strength or the different strengths? That's why I shot salient ballots from different manufacturers so that I can get maybe from the one with more similar strength that maybe can produce the same markings.
Engisho ukuthi ke lenhlamvu engiyitholile uhlobo lwe-CMJ yilona luphume lapha endaweni yesigameko ukuthi ke bengazi ukuthi lokho engahlobo lunu lwensimbi manje bese ngifanele ngidubule kaningi ukuze ngikwazi ukuzama ukugcina ngithole lezi zimpawu ebengizama ukuzifuna ezizobonakala kangcono.
Now let's go back again. You said in the test, what kind of bullet did you shoot?
Manje ke udubule hlobo lunike lwezinhlamvu musuzokwenza ke lokuvivinya.
I shot the NGA,
Right.
I shot the salient ballot, I shot the
We don't get that name. What his name is that? The Cerulean belt.
cellular and ballot.
What?
Cellular and ballot.
Cereal and bell.
Celeron.
What?
Cellular and ballot.
May you please spell it out? May you please spell it out?
It's cellular and ballot.
For the sake of my other colleagues as well,
SELLIER.
because we can only hear Solomon, but now we don't know what does that mean. Spell it out.
SELLIER.
Wait, Pela. S-E
Double LER.
double L-E-R. Seller, yes, it's somebody that sells things.
No,
Merchandise.
SELLIER.
S-E-L-L-I-E-R or Celia. Okay. S-E-L-L-I-E-R. Thank you. And what is the other name?
Ballot.
And what?
BELLOT.
What?
Ballot.
Ballot
BELLOT.
or ballot.
Inhlobo engisebenzise i-NGA ne-Celia ne-Bellot.
Thank you. That's NGA, Seller and ballot, and what else?
And then I shot the 2 FMJs from PMP.
Wathi ngidubule nama-FMG amabili ephuma kwa-PMP.
Yes.
And then the other 2 I cannot recall the manufacturer of those.
Manje ke la ezinye ke ezimbili angisakhumbula ukuthi zakhiwa yiziphi inkampani.
Thank you. So, from Seller and ballot, how many did you shoot?
2.
2. Thank you.
Manje kusuka kwaSela neBallet udubule ezingaki kwathi izimbili kuphela.
From the NGA, how many did you shoot?
2.
Athi kwa-NGA ngidubule ezimbili.
And FMJ?
2.
Athi nakwa-FMJ ngidubule ezambili.
And from those that you no longer remember what kind of bullets were there, how many did you shoot?
2 also.
Manje leso ngasakhumbuleki ukuthi hloboni inhlamvu udubule ezingaki zangaki kwathi ngidubule ezambili.
Thank you. Now, say, as per protocol or per practice, when you fire certain types of bullets for test purposes, aren't you supposed to take all your notes accurately and say Seller and Bellot are shot 2, FMJs are shot 2, NGA are shot 2, and from these others are also shot 2? Is that not a protocol, a standard practice?
Manje kumele ukudubulale ke lesinhlamvu kanti awuphoqeleleki yini ukuthi ubhale kube namanothi wabhalayo echazayo ngokucacile ukuthi la uma ngisebenzisa ke lawa ka-NGA ngidubule amabili awasela ngadubula zambili inhlamvu kwaBellot ngadubula zambili inhlamvu kanjalo.
Malot, it depends. If I shoot 2 tests, I'll write 2 PMP tests, mark this.
Yes.
But if I shoot additional tests, normally we don't write how many or the manufacturers of those additional rounds that you've marked them, but you don't write which manufacturers are they.
Aliyawo uma ngidubula nje ezimbili ze-PMP yebo ngiyabhala kodwa kuma ngilokhu ngiqhubeka ngisebenzisa ezinye inhlobo hayi akuphoqeleleki ukuthi ngibhale ukuthi ngidubule inhlamvu evela kuyiphi inkampani.
Thank you, sir. But now, in respect of this case, you were well aware that the scene bullet was a CMJ, not so. And
Manje
you,
lo wena ukwazi ukuthi kule lokho esibhekene nako namhlanje ukuthi ihlobo lebullet walithola lapha endaweni yesigameko kwaku uCMJ.
and you were aware, even before you could start with your analysis, that because CMJ is made of a lighter material, you needed to use a test bullet that would enable you, when you fire it, when it goes out of the barrel, it would have come up with all the qualities, the markings and everything that would have enabled you to do the comparison, not so?
Manje ngoba wazi ukuthi busenzisa uCMJ wazi ukuthi usenzisa insimbi engaqinile kakhulu kufanele uthole inhlamvu ezothi maziphuma lapha kubarrel ziphume zinaso lezi mpawu zonke ofunela ukuthi uyisebenzisa kunjalo.
No, my lord, it's not possible to determine whether this bullet is going to produce the exact mark that you want.
Hayi yikho indlela ongakwazi ngayo ukuletha isiqiniseko sokuthi lolu hlobo uma ngelisebenzisa luzophuma nalezi mpawu engiyifunayo.
Thank you. Now, from the bullets which you fired, from the 8 test bullets which you fired, which ones eventually assisted you to do a comparison when you analyze them?
Manje kulezi inhlamvu ezu-8 osebenzisile yiziphi ke ezikusizile ukuthi uthole umphumela omuhle?
My lord, as I said, I've used test bullet 5 and test bullet 9.
Hayi mina ke ngisebenzise test number 5 no test number 9.
Yes, that's bullet number, test number 5 and TB9, innit? Exactly, that is my question. We don't know whether those bullets are the cellular bullet or the FMJs or the NGAs. That's where my question is.
Athi ya ulapha umbuzo wami uthi asazi phela ukuthi leyo number 5 no number 9 uhlobo lwe-MGA noma ucellular noma iluphi uhlobo?
My lord, they are both CMJ bullets.
Okay.
Bathi hayi zombili lezi inhlamvu ezohlobo lwe-CMJ.
So, what you now say is those bullets, this TB5 and TB9, which enabled you to proceed with your comparative analysis with the same bullet, were both of them CMJs.
Usho ukuthi ku-TB5 no-TB9 kusho ukuthi ebezizokulethela nomphumela obufuna ukubona zezi uhlobo lwe-CMJ.
That's correct, they are both CMJs.
Yebo, zazo uhlobo lwe-CMJ zombili lezi inhlamvu.
Now, you just said that you fired 2 from NGA, you fired 2 from Sela and Belliot, you fired 2 FMJs, you also fired other 2 which you no longer remember what kind of bullets were those, so that makes 8.
They were also CMJs, but I cannot recall the manufacturer.
Okay.
Athi manje uthe usebenzise ezimbili za-MGA, ezimbili za-Sela and Belliot, mbili za FMJ nezimbili ongazazi athi yebo ngisebenzise ezo CMJ ezimbili kodwa ngazi ukuthi abakhiqizi bazo obani.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. Me and you agree that the ballistic testing is an integral part of science, and science being the art of efficiency, accuracy, precision, accuracy, and consistency. Not so. Me and you, they agree. Not so.
That's correct.
So siyavumelana nawe ukuthi kusho ukuthi iscience lena inobuciko but yeah.
Now, you are a very seasoned expert, sir. I've got no doubt with it. Actually, I forgot to ask you, last year, I think that was in October or November, there was an incident at Louis Trichardt, Makado, where there was a shooting between the robbers and the police managed to kill 18 robbers. Were you also involved in that scene?
No, I was not involved.
Okay. Khona ke in sigameka senzeka eLouis Trichardt Makado lapho kwathi jula ke izisungu 18 lapho wawubandanyeka lapho wathi cha.
Yeah, no, very interesting. Of the 18, 2 were women. I just looked and said, you. It can't be, but 2 were women. But nonetheless, the reason why I'm raising all this is because of the level of your experience that I so dearly respect. You knew that the test that we are conducting on this exhibit would not have been in vain. One day you would have been respected to come and testify at court, not so.
Uthi awazi wena wasekuqaleni ukuthi angeke usebenze nje kuphela kuphelele lapho ngelinye ilanga ungabizwa ukuthi uzochaza le nkathala kunjani.
My lord, I knew that it might happen that I'll come and testify in the case.
Thank you.
Ngangazi ukuthi yebo ngabizwa ukuthi ngizoletha ubufakazi la enkantolo.
Now you were able to tell this court about Celia and Bellot. Tell this court about NGA, about FMJ, but you are unable to tell this court specifically the type of bullets that you used, which you say were CMJs. Was it a hard thing for you to say, you know what? Because these CMJs, these 2 CMJs are the ones that are basically assisting me to do this comparison. I need to keep an accurate record about them, about these two bullets. Did that not occur in your mind?
Konje ubuthe usebenzise ama CMJ or ephuma ko NGA ballot no FMJ. Kodwa bekunzima yena ukuthi uthi ngifanele ngibhekisise lezi inhlamvu ezimbili engisebenzisile ngoba izona engifanele ngiphendule ngazo.
My lord, as I said, the CMJ bullets are mostly used for training. Are cheap bullets. Most people use them for training. So are reloaded ammunition. So sometimes you find that you find them in a box of a manufacturer, but you look at the cartridge cases, they've got different cartridge case manufacturers. So you cannot say exactly who manufactured those bullets.
Athi ka lezi inhlamvu lezi hayi inhlamvu nje ezingabizi kakhulu. Engenzeka ukuthi uzithole zisebhokisini kodwa ke ama cartridge la uthola ukuthi ahlukene usho ukuthi kungenzeka ukuthi sikhiphezwa inkampani ezihlukene.
Thank you. Now a very quick one on this one. Now you formed the viewpoint that you needed to fire those 8 bullets for you to be able to get a test. Now, let us take it step by step, your exercise. Now, you fire the first 2, not so. As per protocol that you can fire minimum of 2. You fired the 2. Did you compare those 2 bullets, which you fired firstly, with the same bullets? Just before you get there, did you compare the 2 among themselves? Because those would have been the known match, not so. Did you compare them?
Njengoba uthe udubule amabhuleti angalingana no-8 shekalombili wezinhlamvu. Manje ngifuna ukubuza ukuthi kulezi zokuqala lezo ozidubulile uhlolile yini waqhathanisa zona zombili?
My Lord, I explained yesterday that I fired all 8 of them. And then after firing all 8 of them once, I started with the FMJs, compare the 2 FMJs with Warrant Officer Rule Officer's FMJ tests first, before I could start comparing the other exhibits with the other test with the exhibit bullet.
Manje ke engikwenzile ukuthi njengoba ngishilo ukuthi ngidubule inhlamvu zama FMJ engiqale ukwenza ukuthi ngiziqhathaniseke nelezi zidutshulwe uwarrant officer rule officer ngiqale ngazidubula zonke ngathi mase ngiqedile ngase ngiziqhathanisa nalezi zidutshulwe uwarrant officer rule officer ngingakaqhubekeli phambili ukuthi ngiziqhathanise nalezi zinye.
Thank you. Now, you fire 8 shots simultaneously, though with a change of the bullets inside. And then from there you say, let me then take all these fired bullets for my test. First thing that you do is you start with the CMJs, not so. I mean the FMJs which were fired by rule officer, not so. So you compared those that were fired by rule officer with those that were fired by you, not so?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Uthe uqala uqhathanise lezi ezidutshulwe lama FMJ aqhutshulwe uwarrant officer rule officer nalezi inhlamvu lezi ezidutshulwe wena athi yebo.
Now, you can tell us a bit about that. What did you find in terms of what you wanted to establish there? Between the bullets that were fired by Rulofs, those FMJs, and those that were fired by you.
Manje yini ukutholile uma usiqhathanisa inhlamvu ezidutshulwe warrant officer rule officer nalezi ezidutshulwe wena ezohlobo lwe FMJ?
My Lord, firstly was to confirm that the firearm that I'm having is still the same firearm that was examined by Warrant Officer Rule Officer. That's why I started with those tests first.
Manje uqala engwenzileyo ukuthi ngithole isiqiniseko sokuthi lesi sibhamu engisenzisayo isona lesi sibhamu esasetshenziswa warrant officer rule officer ngingakaqhubeki phambili ngokwenza ama test.
Yes. And what were your findings there?
Well, I could see the similarities. As I said, the barrel of this firearm is so worn out that it does not create all the impressions, all the markings in it. There's
Yes.
slippage and then there's markings. Somewhere you pick up the marks, some where you won't pick up those markings. If you fire the other shot, with the second shot, you might find that the marks which are not on the first bullet are on the second bullet. So I could see some similarities, but I could not make it exactly positive with them. But I could see that they are from the same firearm.
Ngitholile ukuthi nempela yiso lesi sibhamu lesi sasetshenziswa warrant officer rules. Kodwa njengoba bese ngichazileke umbhobho lesi sibhamu kuyabonakala ukuthi la ngaphandle ubusugugile ungathi umudubula waqala uthola ukuthi zikhona izimpawu akubonakala izimpawu kumse udubula wesibili uthola ukuthi kukhona izimpawu okwazi ukuzibona lapha kodwa isiqiniseko enginaso ukuthi kwakuyiso lesi sibhamu sasetshenziswa warrant officer rules.
Now, say, I want to understand you very perfectly on this one. You say you could see that these bullets were fired from the same firearm, although there was no transfer of the marks which would have conclusively allowed you to say, indeed, these bullets were fired from this firearm. Because the barrel of the firearm was so worn out that not all the marks were transferred into the bullets. Do I understand you well?
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Uthi okushoyo ukuthi yebo nanoma kukhona ukuthi ke lesi sibhamu lesi la ngaphakathi sasesigugile umphopho waso kodwa kokwazi ukubona ukuthi yiso lesi sibhamu lesi sasetshenziswa ukuthi yebo.
So, but now, because of the fact that, and I'm going to use your words, there was not enough transfer of marks from the barrel of the firearm into the test bullet that you fired. How could you then have concluded that indeed this was the firearm?
Manje kuma ukuthi uthi ke wena zingekho impawu ezazidlulisekela zisala la enhlamvini uma usudubule nje obusushela ukuthi upopha lesi sibhamu lo wawusuguge kakhulu ukwazi kanjani ke ukuthi ukwazi ukufinyelela esinqumeni sokuthi yiso lesi sibhamu sasetshenziswa.
My lord, the marks were transferred to the bullets, but were not transferred exactly the same. Someone will find that the marks are here, some other one find that the marks that you saw on this bullet are not clear on this one. But when you compare them with another bullet, you can see that these markings that I've seen, that I see here, can match this one. When you go to another groove, on that other groove, you see that these markings on this are consistent with the first test maybe. Let me say you have two tests and an exhibit bullet.
Cha okusalayo ukuthi kulesi sibhamu lesi ekwakwenzeka ukuthi umuntu udubula inhlamvu yokuqala ebikwazi ukushiya impawu ethize udubule esibili zingabi sababikho lezi impawu kwesinye isikhathi uthola ukuthi kuyafifiyela kuyabonakala ukuthi nazi khona lezi impawu kodwa zibonakali kahle kodwa ukusalayo ukuthi kugcine kubonakalile ukuthi lezi impawu lezi nanoma zingabonakali kahle kuzo zonke inhlamvu eziphumayo kodwa ke einhlamvini ezahlukene zazivela lezi inhlamvu ukuthi yebo siphume esibhamini esona.
Thank
When
you.
you look at the exhibit bullet, you can see that groove 1 and groove 2 can match this bullet, but you can't match groove 1 and groove 2 with test bullet number 1. Test bullet number 1, you can match it with group number 3 and group number 5.
Athi ke uma ubheka ke inhlamvu ubona ukuthi ke inhlamvu yokuqala ibinazo impawu ezivelayo kodwa uma usubheka inhlamvu yesibili uthola ukuthi ayinazo impawu ezifana ncimishi nenhlamvu ezitholakala nempawu ezitholakala enhlamvini yokuqala kodwa ke uthola ukuthi ke inhlamvu yokuqala ke inempawu mhlambe ke ezibonakalayo enhlamvini ephumile yesithathu mhlambe neyesihlanu.
Now, me and you have agreed, say, that science is an art of precision, efficiency, and consistency, without which, without these three requirements, then you're out of science. Now you are saying, in one groove you'll find this, in other groove you'll find this, in other groove, you know, your explanation is just muttering. I don't know what to make of that explanation. But above all that muttering, you were able to come to a conclusion that indeed, this test bullet that are fired, they do match the test bullet that were fired by Rulofs, not so.
Manje noma kukhona ukwehlukana kwezimpawu ezitholakala enhlamvini ezehlukene kodwa wagcina ukwazile ukuthi ufikelele esinqumeni sokuthi lezi inhlamvu lezi ziyafana nalezi ozithole zidudulwe uRulofs akunjalo.
Can you rephrase the question that the test bullets which were fired with Rulofs and the test bullet that I fired, can I match them? Is that the question?
Yes.
Well, as I said, I could see them, but I could not get a clear mark that I would say this is the exact firearm.
Yes.
But I know because it's a known match to me. And when I compare the exhibits, the other test with each other, I could see the clarity on that. When I compare the test FMJ with maybe or one of my other tests, the CMJs, I could see the same markings, but they are also there. They are not clear enough to say that, but I know that it's a known match.
Nanoma-ke ngingakwazanga ukuthi ngempela ngithole impawu ezifana ncimishi kodwa ngikwazela ukuthi ngithi mangihlola ngibone ukuthi sikhona impawu ezinginika-ke ukuthi ngikwazi ukuthi ngibone ukuthi kukhona ukufana okuthize engingakusebenzisa.
Now, other marks were there, other marks were not there, but you could see that this bullet was fired from this firearm because it's a known match. You know what? Where does that take me? Let me explain it to you. Do you still remember that when you went to Cleveland to go fetch the firearm, you found it in a broken seal?
That's correct, my lord.
I missed that first question. The question you talk about right now.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I said, does he still remember in his affidavit, which he prepared, he indicated that when he went to fetch the firearm from Cleveland, he found it in a broken seal, in other words, in an open bag.
Oh, usakhumbula yini ukuthi uthe uma uchaza wathi ku-affidavit yakho uma uyolanda isibhamu sithole sisesikhwameni esingavaliwe. What year?
Now, and you are now saying to this court, there were no clear marks that were transferred between the bullet that you fired as your test bullets and those bullets which were fired by Rulofse in order to determine whether this was indeed the firearm. That is your version. You say some marks were there, some marks were not there. How could you then have conclusively, beyond reasonable doubt, that's the burden that the state has, beyond reasonable doubt, that indeed this was the firearm? Because the bullets that were shot by me do match those that were fired by Rulofse. In view of your testimony that says some marks were there, some marks were not there, this was there, this was there, you know that mattering explanation, beyond reasonable doubt, conclusively say.
Sorry, before he answers.
Yes, my lord.
I understand this witness to talk about the explanation compositely. Have you ever heard of that word? Compositely.
I'm taking it step by step, my lord.
No, fine.
Yes.
Maybe he should demonstrate, because as I understand him, he's got this microscope and he's spinning the bullet. He's got the test bullet, I mean the assumed real bullet on this side. And what he's doing, as I understand, he's trying to decipher whether there are markings or whatever he's looking for. So he's playing about with this. Common sense tells me there will be some markings in one of the bullets. He fired 8. And in another bullet, that similar composite marking won't be there. He would get it in another bullet, maybe number 6. Do I make sense, sir?
That's correct, my lord. And the other thing that...
But you understand the word compositely?
That's correct.
Otherwise, if you don't understand that word, maybe we should go to dictionaries. That's how I understand his explanation.
My lord, but does the court really understand?
Yes, it does.
What the art of science is?
Yes.
Science is an art of precision, efficiency,
yes,
and consistency.
Right.
Exactly.
Let me tell you who gave that definition.
Yes, ma'am.
Edmund Lancaster.
Yes.
Do you know Edmund Lancaster? 1931.
No.
Ask the expert.
I know Albert Einstein, my lord. That I know.
No, we're talking firearms. Ask the expert there. What time is it?
12 minutes to 1, my lord.
Check it, 1931.
I would have requested for a break, my lord, just to get water.
I think you answered the question.
No.
It's 2 o'clock. Rose, 2.
Now, sir, is it your testimony that the firearm, which you say is the firearm that Rulofs used to work on initially before you could work on it, the barrel thereof was so worn out that it couldn't really transfer the required marks, or most of the marks, into the test bullets?
Uthe umbhobho lesi sibhamu esisetshenziswa ibisiguge kakhulu kangangoba ibingasashiyi lutho lapha enhlamvini.
Well, it was worn out, but it could transfer the markings, but not clear markings to it. You could see the markings. When you look at your exhibit, you can see there are markings on it, but not completely what we call wall to wall, where you see
Yes.
all the markings on your exhibit.
So,
Nanoma ke ukugile lo mbhobho walesi sibhamu kodwa kukhona impawu awuzishiya la kulezi zinhlamvu.
so in other words, it could not consistently transfer the marks into the bullet.
Usho ukuthi ke ibingashiyi izimpawu ngendlela okungaguquki.
That's correct. It could not consistently transfer those markings, but
Thank
there
you,
were
sir.
markings transferred to it.
Yeah.
Yebo kunjalo ibingakwazi ukuthi ishiye impawu ngendlela efanayo ngaso sonke isikhathi. Kodwa sikhona impawu ebishiya kulezi zinhlamvu.
And nonetheless, you went on to conclude that indeed the firearm, or not the firearm, the bullets that you fired from this firearm and those that you got from Mr. Rulofse, despite the fact that there was no consistent transfer of this mark, but you then went on to conclude that those test bullets were fired from this one firearm.
Kodwa usho ukuthi ke uphethe ngokuthi ke inhlamvu ezidutshulwe nguwe nezidutshulwe waburefu siphuma zidutshulwe isibhamu esisodwa.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo
Thank you.
kunjalo.
Now, you earlier on said that the one out of a barrel would result into a slippage of a bullet when it is being fired, not so?
Uthe ke ukuguga kombhobho esibhamu ngagcina wenze ukuthi inhlamvu ishelele la ngaphakathi akunjalo.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Thank you, sir. Now, that process, the slippage, would it have an effect on the transfer of the marks to the bullet?
Manje ukushela kanjalo kungenza kube nomthelela ukushenekeni kwezimpawu enhlamvini.
My lord, the slippage itself could create some other markings, but you could not get the same slippage where all your bullets will slip the same way and will pick up the same markings. The
And
slippage you could see, but the markings on the slippage, you cannot also match them with other bullets, on the other bullets, but you can see that there was slippage.
Manje ukushelela lokho ke kwenza ukuthi ke inhlamvu eziphuma esibhamini ziphume ke zinezimpawu ezahlukahlukile kodwa ke lokho akwenzi ukuthi ke kugcine kungasabonakalanga nakancane ukuthi lezi inhlamvu ziphume esibhamini esisodwa.
So, in other words, the slippage does also have an effect on the consistent transfer of the marks into the bullet.
Kusho ukuthi ke lokhu ukushelela lokhu kuyenza kugcina ke kwenze ukuthi kube nokuguquguquka kwendlela ke umbhobho oshiya ke izimpawu enhlamvini.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Now, having found that there's a match between the FMJs that you fired from the firearm and those that were fired by Mr. Rulofse, did you then request somebody to come and override your testing, as you did in this case where you requested Mr. Serrero to override your test or examination?
Njengoba kunohlukana ke kulama FMJ aphume kuwena naphuma ku Rulofse bekukhona yini ozile wazochaza ukuthi khona umehluko phakathi lezi ntanga?
No, my lord, because those are only the tests. That's where I wanted to confirm that this is the same firearm. I wanted to confirm myself that this is the same firearm.
Cha phela bengikwenza lapho kuzama ukuletha isiqiniseko sokuthi isona lesi sibhamu lesi sasetshenziswa uRulofse.
Thank you. Now, let's go to the firearms, not firearms, the bullets, which were made of, from NGA. You say you also fired 2 bullets in this regard, not so?
Njeko inhlamvu embili eziphuma udubule inhlamvu embili ezivela kwa NGA akunjalo?
That's correct.
Yebo kunjalo.
You take us through the test which you did after having fired these bullets from NGA as well.
Ke sichazele ukuthi wenzele uphohlaziyo emva ukuthi udubulele zinhlamvu.
My lord, I fired all the tests, 8 tests. After firing all the 8 tests,
Yes.
I started comparing the 2 FMJs with Rulofse's test, and then thereafter, I started comparing all the tests with the exhibit bullet.
Usho ukuthi ke engiqale ngakwenza ukudubula zonke lezi zinhlamvu ezo8 emva kwaloko ngase ngihlola ke afa FMJ nalezi zinhlamvu eziphuma ku Rulofse emva kwaloko ngase ke ngiqhathanisa zonke ke lezi zinhlamvu engizidubulile ngisiqhathanisa nale engiyinikiwe.
Yes, Lieutenant Colonel, I understand, but I'm now at the NGA. What does NGA stand for?
NGA meleni
New generations ammunition.
wathi ko umele new generations ammunition.
Just a second. Now we're at the new generation ammunition. Now we are now looking at these 2 bullets, test bullets that you fired, which are the new generation ammunition. What did you do with them?
Wathi wenzeni ke ngalezi zinhlamvu ezidubulile ezivela kwa new generations ammunition?
What did I do with them? I compared them with the exhibit cartridge, exhibit bullet that from the crime scene.
Thank you.
From who?
From the crime scene.
Ngiqhathanise nale nhlamvu etholakale ke endaweni yesigameko.
Now, did you not compare them with the bullets? I mean, with the test bullets that were from Rudolph's testing?
Zama ngayini ukuthi uziqhathanise nalezi zinhlamvu ezazidutshulwe uRulofse?
I can't recall whether I've compared them also with the, but I started comparing, once I saw that this, I started comparing the exhibit bullet with all the tests, not only the new generation, with all the tests that I have fired.
Angisakhumbuli kahle ukuthi ngizihlolile yini ngaleyo ndlela kodwa ke ngigcine sengihlola ke zonke lezi zinhlamvu ngihlola nale nhlamvu lena ephuma ke endaweni yesigameko.
Now, is it correct, Lieutenant Colonel, that as you are working on these experiments, you've got your own working station where you're recording each and everything that you're doing there, not so?
Kunjalo ukuthi khona indawo nje la osenzela kuyona umenza wonke lo msebenzi wakho?
I'm recording each and everything that I'm doing. Is that the question?
Yes.
Umbuzo ukuthi usho ukuthi khona la ngibhala khona ukuthi yini yonke engiyenzayo?
No, I know, I understand. You can't write now, I'm standing up, I'm going to the bathroom. Now you can't write, I'm standing up, I'm going to drink Coca-Cola. If you're smoking, you can't write now, I'm standing up, I'm going to smoke. I'm taking a break. I mean, in relation to the substantive work that you are busy with there,
Cha ngiyavuma ukuthi angeke ubhale wonke ukuthi ngisaya ngasendlini encane uma kuwukuthi uyabhema angeke ubhale nokuthi ngisayobhema kodwa ngisho ukuthi ke mayelana nomsebenzi owenzayo ukuthi khona wonke okubhalayo.
My lord, when I work on the microscope, what I'll do is I'll put my exhibit on my left-hand side, and then all my tests, I'll put them on my right-hand side. I'll pick any of the bullets, start matching it with my exhibit. I'll check all the length and all the grooves. If I see any matching striations, I'll mark which groove did I see with it's either marking pen or corky pen, and once I have some similarities on that one, I'll put it aside and then I'll take another one. If I don't find enough or on the same spot, I'll check with this one. If I see another mark, I'll mark it again where I found this one. I'll put it on the side. I'll take the other one.
Engikwenzayo ukuthi ke ngiyengibeke inhlamvu ke engizozihlola esandleni sami sokudla bese ngithatha ke inhlamvu eyodwa ngiyihlola lapha ku microscope. Uma kukhona ke impawu engizitholayo ngiyamakha lapha ngiyakusho ukuthi ngikhona engibhalayo ukukhombisayo ukuthi cha kukhona engitholile la. Uma ukuthi akho lutho engilitholayo ngibekela ngaseceleni. Uma kukhona engitholayo futhi khona indawo la engizibeka khona ngiqhubeka kanjalo kanjalo.
But once I'm done with them, what I'll do is I'll look for the mark that I can use for court preparation or for court chart.
Yes.
I'll check from those ones that I have checked. The one with the better mark that I think will be clearly when I take a picture of it, I'll use that one to take pictures and then put them aside.
Manje bese kudlula lapho ngithatha ke lezi inhlamvu lezi engibonayo ukuthi sinezimpawu engakwazi ukuthi ngisebenziseke uma sengizilungiselela ukuza eqhulweni kwecala enkantolo. Kodwa kusho ukuthi ke la engibonayo ukuthi sinezimpawu ezingathi zibonakala ngcono ngizibekele eceleni ngoba ngifuna ukuthi ngisebenzise zona.
Thank you. No, that I understand. Thank you very much for that explanation, sir. But the point is, with this new generation ammunition, having fired them, having had the opportunity to analyze them, that's where my point is. Now you are saying you don't know whether you not really know. You can't remember whether you actually compared them with rule of test exhibit or not. Not so.
Hayi ngibuzayo ukuthi awuzange uqhathanise yini lezi inhlamvu zase NGA neinhlamvu zika rule of say.
Comparing my other test with the rule of test.
Not other tests, I'm being specific. To compare, you are saying you can't recall whether you compared the new generation ammunition after having fired them with the rule of test bullets, not so.
Engiqonde ngokubona ukuthi awuzange uqhathanise inhlamvu ezivela ka new generations ammunition neinhlamvu ebezidutshulwe rule of.
My lord, I want to clear something. When I have all my tests fired, I have them here. When I start comparing, I don't look at whether it's new generation. I'll just pick a bullet and compare. So the first ones that I started with, I said were the FMJs.
Yes.
I started with the FMJs. I compared the FMJs and then I put them in. When I started, I can't recall whether I also did with the same exercise with the other bullets. But I continued. When I started continue, I took my exhibit bullet and put them on the left-hand side.
Yes.
Started comparing it with all those other exhibits that I had with me.
Angisakhumbula ukuthi lokho ngikwenzile yini ngalesi inhlamvu eziphuma FM new generations ammunition kodwa engikhumbulayo ukuthi qale ngathatha lezi FMJ ngasihlola ngasiqhathanisa nezaka nezika rule of angisakhumbula ukuthi emva kwaloko ke ngithathe eziphi ngaze ngasihlola ngayiphi indlela.
So you saying you still can't recall exactly what you did.
Kusho ukuthi kosakushoko ukuthi awusakhumbuli kahle ukuthi wenzani.
That's correct, man, because the whole exercise did not take an hour or 2 hours. It take days because I started working after collecting the firearm, after shooting the test.
Yes.
Then Tuesday, Wednesday, I was busy on the microscope with all those exhibits. I can't remember, but my report, I started compiling my report on Friday.
Yes.
Yebo, angisakhumbuli kahle ukuthi ngenzani. Ngoba phela kuyona into eyathatha ihora noma amahora. Into eyenza ukuthi ngasebenza lo msebenzi sukela ngawo lesibili ngaqhubeka njalo ngase ngayofika ngolesihlanu la engakubhala khona ngaqala khona ukubhala umbiko wami.
Thank you. Now, with that addendum to your answer, should I then understand you to mean that at some stage you were tired working on this exercise, or on this experiment, on this examination? It took you almost a week, so it drained you. Do I understand you to mean that?
Mhlawumbe ngazi noma ngizwisisa kahle kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi kusho ukuthi umsebenzi lona wakhathalisa kakhulu ukuze ukuthi emva kweviki usenza lo msebenzi wawusuphelelwe amandla.
My Lord, when I'm working on the microscope, once I feel that my eyes are tired, I've been working on the microscope for a long time, my eyes are tired. And that you start missing some of the markings, so I'll rather stop and then I'll continue when it's either the next morning or when I maybe after a long break and I come start working on it. So that's why I said it didn't take me a day, it took me a long time.
Yes.
Ya uma sengisebenzeke ngemicroscope ngilo ngiyibuka lapha isikhathi eside kenzela ukuthi amahlo ami akhathala mase ngibona ukuthi ngifinyela kuleso simo ngoba kungenzeka ukuthi ke uma usubhekile ukhathele amehlo angabe sabona abonisise kahle so ke engikwenzayo ukuthi uma kunjalo ngeke ngizinike isikhathi sokuthi ngiphumule uma ukuthi emva kwesikhathi yazo sengingconyana ngibuyele uqhubeke emsebenzini yikho ke nje ukuthi lo msebenzi lona wagcina uthatha isikhathi eside ngakho lokhu ukuthi ngifanele ngizinike isikhathi sokuthi ngiwaphumuza amehlo.
No, thank you. I quite agree with you on that one. Some other things, they can be very draining. But then are you then saying that the nature of this exercise, this comparison, was it a tedious and a difficult one? So which is the reason why it took you so many days?
Because uthi ke lo msebenzi lo ukuhlola nokuqhathanisa umsebenzi osinda kakhulu because uthi ke ikona okwenza ukuthi uthathe isikhathi eside.
My Lord, with such exhibits from such a bullet that is worn out, it takes time for you to look at those things, and it takes time for you to see all your markings properly.
Kuthatha isikhathi ukuthi wenze lo msebenzi kuthatha isikhathi ukuthi ubone zonke impawu ufuna ukuzibona uzibone kahle.
Thank you. Now, with that explanation, would it then be correct to say that it was not an easy exercise, it was a difficult exercise? Because you had to go into the system and compare, come back out of the system, go back and compare. It wasn't really a simple exercise. It was a tedious exercise. Do I understand you to mean that?
Manje ngizwisisa kahle ke yena umuthi usho ukuthi lo msebenzi lo kwawumsebenzi okhathalisayo umsebenzi onzima kwangeyona into elula ukuthi wenze lo msebenzi okuqhathanisa ngoba ufanele ungene emshinini ubuye ubuye ungene ubuye uqhathanise ngasonke isikhathi ngizwisisa kahle yena umuthi kwawunzima lo msebenzi.
My Lord, I would say as long as you started, you've identified maybe the grooves that are visible that you can see on your exhibit.
Yes.
When you start with those other tests,
Yes.
you can check your test, you keep on marking it. Maybe after some time, you know which marks, bullets you have marked.
Yes.
You start looking at them, then you can, from there you start doing a follow-up. When you say it's a follow-up,
Yes.
if you haven't, you start rotating them simultaneously, looking at the relative same position on both items
Yes.
for more marks.
Yes.
Into eyenzekayo ukuthi ke uma ukuthi uyahlola ke uyayithola lemselo oyitholayo usiyamakha lapho ukuthi ngithola umselo othize nothize uma usuqedile lo uyathatha ke lezi inhlamvu zombili uzibeke ubusuzihlola zombili lokuqhathanisa ubone ukuthi ngiyayithola yini lemselo le ekhona lapha kulezi inhlamvu imseleka eyimpawu ezicishe kube ziyabonakala ukuthi ziyafana yini.
Thank you.
And to clear it up, it's not that it took me the whole week to do that. I've checked it and thereafter I gave it to my colleagues to check. So they also took some time, but not, I would say, not as much time as I took.
Uyathi mase ngiqedile ukwenza lo msebenzi ngiyawuthatha ngonike akusho ukuthi ngithathe iviki lonke kodwa ke ngikwenzile ukuthi mase ngiqedile ke ukwenza lo msebenzi phela ngunika ke nala ngisebenza nabo uthi nabo abahlole and kuya yikho ngithi lo msebenzi uthatha isikhathi eside.
Is it correct, Sam, or that the reason why you had to take such time, such amount of time, which was a bit longish, was the fact that you were struggling with the fact that there was no consistent transfer of the marks from the firearm into your test bullets?
Manje kusho ukuthi ke into enza ukuthi uthatha isikhathi eside kangaka ukuthi ke sasingekho izimpawu ezibonakalayo ukuthi sitholakala ngaso sonke isikhathi endaweni eyodwa kuzo zonke lezi inhlamvu lezi owutesta ngazo.
But I think I've answered that previously. I said there was no consistent marking on those. And when you start comparing them, you will see those markings as time goes on.
Thank you.
Yiko ngishilo ukuthi yebo sasingekho izimpawu ezingaguquguquki kodwa ke uma lokuqhubeka ubheka ugcina uzibonile lezi zimpawu kulezinye inhlamvu.
Which is the reason why I'm saying to you that the fact that there was no consistency of the transfer of the mark from the firearm into your test bullet is what compounded your process to compare these exhibits. In other words, you had to redouble your efforts to go and look at those marks which would have enabled you to do your comparison, not so?
Kusho ukuthi ke lokufifiyela ukuzama ukuthola lezi zimpawu kona okwenze ukuthi uphindaphinde uloku uzama ukufuna lezi zimpawu okugcineke ukuthatha isikhathi eside kunjalo.
That's correct.
Yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. Would also that be the reason that the fact that you had to take time and you have just acceded now, considered to say that it's correct, that it was because of this challenge that was there, that this firearm does not necessarily transfer the information that I wanted to transfer into the test bullet. So I must just get what I want. Would that also be the reason why you had to go and confirm with your 4 colleagues that, guys, am I really right here? Would that also be the reason?
Kunjalo ke yini ukuthi njengoba ke sasingabonakali kahle lezi zimpawu okufana lapha wagcina uthola ukuthi ke nomsebenzi wokuzama ukuthi ngempela uzufune uzithole lezi zimpawu okwagcina ke kumthwalo kuwena ufinyeleka lapho ke wagcina usuthi musuthola lokutholilwa sokubiza nalabo sebenza nabo wathi aningisizeni bandla yizona ngempela indlezi impawu engizithola la.
No, my lord. The reason why it took me time, I wanted to convince myself until I'm certain that this is the right firearm, to see enough markings that this is the right firearm that I'm working with.
Thank you.
Cha into enza ukuthi ngithathe isikhathi eside ukuthi ngangizama mina ukuzinika isiqiniseko sokuthi ngempela ngisona ngempela lesi sibhamu lesi ebengicanga ukuthi yiso.
Now let's go back to the new generation ammunition. We're not done with it.
Ake siphindele ku new generation ammunition. Asikaqedi ngayo.
Now, in comparing this new generation ammunition with the scene exhibit, what did you find?
Manje uma usuqhathanisa ke inhlamvu ezivela new generation ammunition nenhlamvu evela endaweni yesigameko yini koyayithola?
My lord, I compared all the bullets with this, including the new generation's ammunition, where I could see the similarities when I rotate them. Even though I couldn't see them all around the circumference of the bullet or all around the bullet, but there were some striations that I could match on these exhibits. And when I compare those, I don't say that because this is new generation. I'll put it aside. New generation. I'll take any of those bullets. So I cannot say with new generation, this is what I did. With FMJ, this is what I did. I compare it with all the bullets.
Cha mangihlola lapha bengihlola zonke inhlamvu ezikhona bengaveli ngithatha inhlamvu ngithi sekuyinhlamvu yakanye generations ammunition la bese ngiyayiqhathanisa cha bengihlola zonke inhlamvu ukuzama ukubona ukuthi zikhona yini lezi impawu engizifunayo.
Yes, I'm taking it step by step. Look, we're done with the FMJ. Now we're busy with the NGA. Let's for a moment cast our mind away from this other bullet, test bullet. Let's talk NGA versus the SIN bullet. Do you understand?
My Lord, it's not going to be possible to say that NGA specifically. As I said, I've compared with all the bullets. So I'm not going to say with NGA I did this and this and this. I compared with all the bullets.
Hayi ngesipinde lapha ku-MGA siyo basis ukuthi wagcina uthola ukuthi hayi cha angingahloli kuphela ngiqhathanisa MGA engangihlola izo zonke lezi inhlamvu ukuthi ziyatholakala yini lezi impawu engangizifuna.
Now, you had marked your test bullets number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and up to 10, if I'm not mistaken. Ne?
That's correct.
Sizihlolela ke zonke inhlamvu kusuka ku3 4 5 6 7 8 9 no 10 kunjalo athi yebo kunjalo.
Now, what number, in terms of the sequence of the numbering of your test bullets, did you number these NGA bullets?
Nje number inhlamvu lesi senziwa MGA njengoba kunohluke lokhu marka lezi inhlamvu zonke zona ke wawuzinike ziphi number.
I cannot recall which one was of the NBGA did I mark, because when I mark them all being on from the same spot.
Cha sakhumbula ukuthi iziphi ke engangizimakhile ukuthi ziphezazo NGA ngoba ngangithi mangizimakha zonke ukuthi lezi zindawonye.
Thank you. You can't recall. I'm not so sure whether, say, attached based on the following point. Why did you use NGA, which is a new generation ammunition, the cellar and ballot ammunition, the FMJ, and those other two, which you can't remember what make were they? Why did you use these types of ammunition?
Manje wayinike isizathu
Which is different.
Inhlamvu zase NGA ezaka Celion pilot zaselia pilot neza ka FMJ nalezi the awuzazi yini isizathu sokuthi ukhethe ukuthi usebenzise lezi inhlamvu?
Well, only the PMPs were the FMJs. The rest of them, I took the FMJs. I took the CMJs.
Manje kwaku ama PMP kuphela FMG awu FMJ lezi zinye zonke sazu CMJ.
And I wanted CMJs from different manufacturers.
Manje angifuna ama CMJ aphuma kwakhiqiza behlukene.
Thank you. Now, you're saying at your working station there, you were not numbering them in a way that will specifically indicate that this is an NGA, and I am marking it test bullet number 5. This is another NGA, test bullet number 6, or 5A, 5 Roman figure 1 or 5 Roman figure 2. Then I'm going to the cellar bullet, cellar and ballot. I'm going to mark it test bullet number 7-1 and 7-2. That you did not mark. You just marked them at random, 1 to 8.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you.
Athi usho ukuthi ke wena ungazi makhi lesiyinhlamvu uthi lana inhlamvu ya MGA ezoba number sibanibani nesibanibani bese uyakuya kuphela kwaselia and ballot usothi then izoba usibanibani noma FMJ izoba uvele nje wazimaka zonke za ama-bullet nje amaki kodwa engachazi ukuthi aphuma kumuphi umkhiqizo wathi yena.
Thank you. Now, just a second. Now you are saying in your affidavit that the exhibits that you found, one of the exhibits that was found at the scene was so damaged that it could not assist in you trying to determine or trying to use it in order to do a match with the
Manje uthe khona enye inhlamvu ayithola lapha enesigameko eyayilimele kangangoba ongakwazi ukuthi ungayisebenzisa eqhathaniseni
with your test bullets.
uyiqhathanisa ke nenhlamvu ezama-test bullet.
That's correct, my lord. It was damaged and it was unsuitable for microscopic comparison.
Yebo yayilimele yayingakwazi ukuthi ingasebenziseka.
Now I'm just trying to get to the paragraph where you speaking about that bullet there. But then you are saying, if my memory serves me well, that you could identify that damaged bullet as a 9mm bullet, not so. Possibly, we say possibly.
9mm, but yeah.
Yeah, you are saying in 3.2 that it was a one-fired fragment, possibly of a 9mm caliber, which was marked 217267/14A1, not so?
So I didn't get the question properly.
I am saying he defines that other exhibit that was lifted from the scene in paragraph 3.2 of his affidavit, which is dated 20 July 2020, which is dated 4 May 2020, I think so, yes. Is it August? Yeah, 14 August 2020. Ne? And he describes that bullet in paragraph 3.2 of that same affidavit as one bullet fragment, possibly of a 9mm caliber, which was marked 217267/14A1.
Counsel just referred to the exhibit to make it easier for the witness. I think he's referring to exhibit X13C.
That is 13C. I'm sorry. That is 13C. That's on page 4 of 7.
I have found the right exhibit, but can we get back to the question now that I have the
Oh,
exhibit?
okay, no, thank you. Don't worry, I'll do it. That's now exhibit 13C, ne? Paragraph 3.2, which is on page 4 of page 7.
We have it, my lord.
Oh, you have it. Thank you. Now you describe that other exhibit that was lifted from the scene in 3.2 of your affidavit as one fired bullet fragment, possibly of a 9mm caliber, which was marked 217267/14A1. Not so.
Manje lapha u-3.2 lesisikhombisa sifakile lapha uC uthe lana inhlamvu kusho ukuthi ucezu lenhlamvu ebonakala sengathi ngaba u9mm emakwe ukuthi 217267/14A1.
That's correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjani.
Thank you. Now you had agreed with me when we agreed about science being an art of consistency, precision, and accuracy, not so?
Vumelene nawe ukuthi iscience ke into esebenza ngokunemba.
That's correct.
Yebo kunjani.
Ayikhona ukunemba ukudubula phela.
Accuracy and precision in Zulu ukunemba. Both of them
Oh,
translate
it
to
means
ukunemba.
ukunemba.
Yeah.
Okay, now I still remember when we were youngsters, when we were shooting pet with Italians, I remember. You see, but nonetheless, that it is. Ukunemba. Now, you are describing this as a fired bullet fragment, possibly of a 9mm caliber.
Kusho ukuthi lana uchaza lokho
Let's just confine ourselves there.
lwenhlamvu ekubonakala mhlambe ukuthi mhlambe sengathi ngaba uhlobo lwe9mm.
Now, this is not conclusive, not so, that it was indeed a 9mm caliber.
Kusho ukuthi lokho akulethi isiqiniseko esigcwele ukuthi kungaba kuyi9mm kunjalo.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. And that is also found in your affidavit, Exhibit 13B. Exhibit 13B. Page 3 thereof, on paragraph 3.3.1.
Athi kuyavela futhi nelokhu lapha ku exhibition B ku la ngaphansi kwesihlo u3.3.1
where you describe that exhibit as a one-spent bullet fragment of an undetermined caliber, and you marked it 217267/14A1. The marking is the same as that one, not so?
lapho ke ke ukuthi ucezu lwenhlamvu engakwazi ukuthi ichazeke ukuthi yayi caliber engana noma ubukhulu obungakanani, kodwa ke ima kwenjengo 217267/14A1. What yeah?
That is the extent of this damage made it to be not to be easy to determine with precision, being science
Athi kusho
having
ukuthi
that art of precision, with precision, whether this was a 9mm bullet or not. Not so.
kusho ukuthi ke wangakwazi ukuthi kuletheke isiqiniseko sokuthi ngempela lenhlamvu yayihlobo le9mm.
Because it's damaged, my lord, I could not determine the caliber of it.
Thank you.
Ngoba ilimele lenhlamvu ongakwazi ukuthi ngilethe isiqiniseko sokuthi iyayi-caliber noma ubukhulu bungakanani.
No. Very quick one on this one. I'm speaking this under corrections because when you were alluding to this point, I was busy taking something down, so I'm not so sure. I must apologize in advance if I misunderstood you well. But did I understand you to mean that when you were, I think when you were cross-examined by my colleague, Mr. Ramusipeli, that the bullets that were found at the scene, the fragmented one and the one that was still user-friendly, were of a 9mm caliber. Did I get you well there?
Didn't get the last part.
I'm asking whether I got him well when he said that.
Sorry, the acoustics are not helping. Can you please repeat again?
Or the whole question?
Yeah, no, just the last part.
The last part is, I am not so sure whether, as I'm saying, my mind is working backward. When he was being cross-examined by Mr. Ramusipeli, he said the bullet that was damaged beyond repair and the one that was still user-friendly that was found at the scene were 9mm caliber bullets.
Akulona iqiniso ngesikhathi ubuza ubaba Ramsibili ukuthi ke lezi inhlamvu ezimbili le eyayilimele kangangoba engasakwazi ukusebenziseka nale ebikwazi ukuthi ungakwazi ukuthi uyihlole Can you get the last part?
They were of a 9mm caliber.
Zombili ke ungathi uthe zasi uhlobo lwe-9mm.
Well, I was mostly speaking of a 9mm bullet and a bullet fragment.
Mina ngikhulume ngobullet yo-9mm ke nocezu lwenhlamvu.
Oh, so it means I misunderstood you when you said it could have been a 9mm fragment bullet.
Usho ukuthi angikuzwisisanga kahle ngoba bengizosengathi uthi ucezu lwenhlamvu ewu-9mm.
Well, I only mentioned the bullet is a 9mm. The fragment, I said it's undetermined caliber or possibly 9mm. But I've never said it's a 9mm.
Wow.
Cha ngizangisho ukuthi 9mm engishilo mina ukuthi ngithole inhlamvu ngase ngithola nocezu lwenhlamvu ekungenzeka mhlawumbe ukuthi ingaba iwu-9mm.
No, thank you. Now, I wanted us to go to the cellar and the ballot bullet that you also fired, but you had already answered and said that you did not specifically dealt with them individualistically. As in, these are two bullets from new generation ammunition. Now, from this point, I'm concentrating on them. Now, the cellar and bullet, from this point, I'm concentrating on them. You just did your test randomly, not so.
Njoba ungashongo ukuthi uhlale phansi wamakho ukuthi lo lezi inhlamvu lezi ezivela kwaSelia and Bellot kodwa uthe uzihlole zonke inhlamvu ungamakile ukuthi inhlamvu ivela phi kodwa uzihlolile anginjalo.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. You know, but I'm very curious to know this new generation ammunition. When you compared it with the sin bullet, what did it give you?
Le enhlamvu evela ka new generation ammunition wathi umuyikathanisa watholani umuyikathanisa ke nale nhlamvu etholekele endaweni yesigameko.
My lord, I'm still repeating my answer. I cannot tell whether which one was cellular and pellet when I was looking at it. I was just picking any bullet and comparing it. So I cannot say that the cellular and pellet did look like that, and then the SNW Well, SNB cellular and pellet looks like
SAB, yeah.
Njengoba sengishilo ukuthi bengivele ngicaphune nje ngithathe inhlamvu bengabheki iqala ukuthi inhlamvu yakupha ngeke ngisho ukuthi lena iyona vele yayinempawu ezasifana noma iyona yayinempawu ezingafani ngoba bengivele ngithathe nje.
That is where my concern is, and I don't want us to argue this point. I just want clarity. You understand? Now you fire this SNB, the cellular and ballot. You fire 2 of them. Is that not the reason for firing them? You had to go and compare them with the sin bullet.
Manje njengoba uthi udubule inhlamvu embili ezivela kwa-SNB cellular and pellet akulona yini iqiniso ukuthi wathi uma uzidubula lezo wawuzidubula ngoba ufuna ukuziqhathanisa nenhlamvu etholakale endaweni esigameko.
the purpose was to shoot all the tests, compare all the tests that I have fired with the exhibit bullet. All
No,
the tests, not
interesting.
specific bullets.
Inhloso kwawukuthi ngidubule zonke lezi inhlamvu bese ngiqhathanisa zonke lezi inhlamvu nenhlamvu engayithola endaweni esigameko hayi ukuthi ngiqhathasa inhlamvu ezithize.
Thank you. And now, scientifically, that is, or ballistically speaking, that is known as a known match, not so. Because you know, you fired this bullet from, you fired all these types of bullet, the NGA, the cellular and ballot, the FMP, and those other 2 that you had forgotten where you got them from. You fired them from the same firearm. Now, ballistically speaking, those will be known matches, not so.
Kusho ukuthi ke can I please ask for a repeat again?
Yeah, no, I realize, my Lord, Mr. Ngovo is a little bit tired, you see, but don't worry, Mr. Ngovo. It's been an old day, but it's been a very long day. But what I'm saying is, the reason why he fired all these different types of bullets, was it not for him to compare these bullets with the sin bullets?
Manje kusho ukuthi ukudubula kwakho lezi inhlamvu uziqhathanise kwawukuthi wawufuna ukuthi uziqhathanise nale nhlamvu ephuma endaweni yesigameko njalo.
My lord, was to compare all the bullets that I fired, all the CMJs from different manufacturers with the exhibit bullet from the crime scene.
Ngangifanele ngiqhathanise zonke inhlamvu wonke o-CMJ nale nhlamvu etholeke endaweni yesigameko.
Thank you. So basically the purpose why you fired all these types of bullets was to compare them with the sin bullet.
Kusho ukuthi ke inhloso ukuthi uqhathanise zonke lezi nhlamvu ukuthi fanele uziqhathanise nale nhlamvu evela endaweni yesigameko.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo unjani?
Thank you. Now, what you did not do, as I understand you well, is that you did not specifically say or take down or note in your workstation or in your file that now I am comparing NGA, bullet number 1 from NGA, with the sin bullet, and this is what I am noting. That is not what you did here, not so.
Kusho ukuthi awuzange ukwenze ukuthi uvele uthi manje sengiqhathanisa ibullet yokuqala yaka NGA ngiqhathanisa nenhlamvu engiyithole endaweni yesigameko and ngithe uma ngiziqhathanisa lezi nhlamvu embili ke ngase ngithola nakho.
My lord, that is not how I work. If I have the test, I'll compare all the tests. I'm not saying that this is a cellular bullet, I'm going to compare it, I must make notes. No, that's not how I work. If I have the test, I'll take my test, put them on the side, my exhibit bullet, and take any of the tests, start comparing with the exhibit.
Ayandlela engisenza ngayo indlela engisenza ngayo ukuthi nje ngivele ngithathe zonke inhlamvu ngibekele eceleni bese ngithatha ke nale nhlamvu le ephuma endaweni yesigameko bese ngiyaqhathanisa zonke.
I'm not trying to find out how do you really work. I am saying what it did not do here is what I've just explained to you, not so. I'm not trying to find out how do you work, but what you did not do here is what
No,
I've just explained to you.
engizama ukuchaza ukuthi yini ongayenzanga angizami ukutholisisa ukuthi impela usebenzisa ngayo indlela engizama ukuthi yini ongayenzanga ngalelo langa.
Marat, that is not how I work. I'm still repeating. That is not how I work, where I'll keep on writing everything. The way I work, I'll take my test, compare them with my exhibit bullet. That I'm going to write each and everything. No, I don't do that. I'll only note my findings when I'm done with my comparison.
Ngisebenzi kanjalo ngiyaphinda uthi hlale ngibhala ukuthi manje sekwenzekani. Ngiyahlola mase ngiqedile bese ngiyabhala ukuthi naku engitholile.
Thank you. That is the reason why I say that which I'm asking you now, you did not do here.
Now, Mr. Mabas, Mr. Mnisi, this witness is clear. He doesn't work like the way you say he didn't do this and that and that. So your question, according to him, doesn't arise that he did not, for instance, he did not inspect the MVG bullets and thereafter write that this is how they are aligned to the test bullet. He says he works holistically. He takes all the 8 bullets, am I right, sir?
That's correct.
Put them on the side. And then you don't choose that you take the CMJ jacket B, and then he just works. So this exigency of saying that you didn't do, according to him, not me, doesn't arise because that's not how he goes about his work. Am I right?
That's correct.
Because even yesterday we kicked this dead horse. Today we are kicking the same dead donkey. Mr. Ramsipidi,
I need to clarify that with the court, my lord. Yesterday we kicked this dead horse. Today you are kicking this dead donkey.
Because the other day it was the same, even with Mr. Ngumezu.
Yes.
The same question.
Excuse me, my lord.
I say all of you have asked the same question.
No, mine is the very first time that I'm asking it, my lord.
Okay, fine.
I try the best that I can not to repeat a question that has been asked by a colleague. But nonetheless, my lord, I realize that is 1 minute to 3 o'clock. I think as per our initial request, I'm going to request an adjournment for tomorrow, my
Okay,
lord.
fine.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, you are available, you said.
I'm available, my lord.
And you're also available. Tomorrow, I mean. 10 o'clock. Okay, fine. 10 o'clock tomorrow.